Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, welcome in. How are yous? Hope you're well. I'm just going to tidy up a couple of things here. Yes. Now, yes, as always, I'm not sure if you can hear well or not. Let me know if you need me to adjust anything. But hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully the music isn't too loud. But yeah, grant. Okay, it has been a while. It has been a while, but yes, I've been very, very busy. But here we are. And what I'm going to be doing is, I have recently noticed that there's a someone recently noticed that there's a small bug in the Solus Helper software. That means it doesn't really work. It doesn't pick up the Solus address on OS 3.2. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and fix that now and tidy up a few other things in the software and yeah, just that kind of thing. So fairly relaxed. It's a Saturday night. I've got a beer. So I'm going to be relaxing and doing a bit of this. And hopefully we get that little bug sorted. It was only a minor thing. It can be worked around, but you know, it's annoying all the same. Yeah, Saturday night. So what's happening is, I think something has changed in how. Let me move that. Something has changed in how. Environmental variables are handled in OS 3.2, because this worked fine on 3.1.4, which is what I was using as my dev thing before, and I had done some testing on 3.2, but only brief testing, and obviously not enough to catch this bug, which is unfortunate. So what happens is that so how it's supposed to work is that when you run Solus control, which is this guy here, that it finds the board. This is actually a slightly old firmware version as well, but it finds the board, reads the settings, and when it successfully connects to a board, it sets an environmental variable that contains the address of the board, which is D8C001. And what happens is, or what's supposed to happen is, that is then saved, and so whenever any of the helper programs start up, they know exactly where to find the Solus board. So if we run Solus temps, for example, it'll give us this error: Solus board address not set. Now that should be set. Excuse me. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have a look here, and we're going to open and have a look at the end variables and see what's happening. So now you can see there, Solus is there. So it is, and it is set as an end variable. And if we type Solus, we can see it has D8C001. Don't mind that one, that's part of the prompt, so you can see up here. This is task 1, or shell window 1. Shell task 1, or whatever. D8C001. That's what it's supposed to have. So it's, for whatever reason, it's not able to pick that up on 3.2, but it is on all the previous versions of the OS. So that's what I'm looking at. We're going to try and figure out what's going on. I'm going to skip that song because it's like slightly annoying. Okay, something like that. Now, dun, 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 dun. But yeah, so this is probably looking a bit blurrier than, and there's a little kind of artifact there. It's to do with my capture card. It's because this is all being done on real hardware. Obviously, you can't do this kind of stuff under emulation because you can't connect the Solus to the emulated Amiga. Maybe someday there'll be Solus emulation in WinUAE, but no, very much doubt it. Very much doubt it. But anyways, let's have a look and see what's happening. It has been a while since I've been streaming as well. So what's happened? Yeah, we had a Terrible Bytes meetup. So there was a meetup in Terrible Fire's house, which was quite the drunken event. What else? Oh, there's Amiga Belfast on today, actually. So they'll be in the pub right now. So how is, lads? Sorry I couldn't make it. I'm on parent duty at the moment because my wife's away working. So yeah, that's what happens. But otherwise I would have popped over for that. Yeah, hope it all went well. I'm sure we'll be hearing about it. Nivrig and CRG Glenn and all those people. So hopefully that went out well anyway. Okay, so yeah, so this is the thing, right? So okay, I'm kind of bypassing the environmental variable thing here because there is a getenv. Yeah, getenv. So you can see here that's also able to pick up the variable just fine, DHC001. But I don't know. So it is getting saved because that's well, maybe it's not actually. Let's see. So if we go to envarc, which is the kind of the permanent version of env, we can see Solus is there as well. So it is saving. It's saving with the correct address, DHC001. But these programs are not finding that address, which is odd. So what we'll do is we'll look, where is SnoopDOS? There's SnoopDOS. So it's temps. Let's see. So okay, so it's looking for the address and not finding it. So the address tool type isn't set. We can set the address tool type, but that's a workaround. It should be able to. You shouldn't need to do that. You should be able to just do that automatically. So let me see. There's a getvar and setvar. They're the ones that are the OS versions or the OS calls for setting and getting variables. So getvar Solus, and you can see here it fails to read it. And I don't know why. So I think it's time to make a little test program and see what's going on there, because that seems crazy. So let's go into Blitz and have a look at what. So getvar and setvar are the OS calls. So how do we use that? So if we look at the autodocs for getvar, so it's part of DOS library. Getvar returns value of local or global variable. Now here's the thing, maybe local and global wasn't enforced, and that's what the problem was. Hey Cami, welcome in. How are you? Welcome along. Good morning. Yeah, Cami is dialing in from Tasmania, so I'm impressed. Good to see you. Hope all is well. And I had your stream on there the other day. I wasn't really commenting or anything like that, but because I was working. Unfortunately, your streams are on in the middle of my morning when I'm kind of supposed to be working. So when I'm working from home, I'll sometimes have that on in the background. But nice to have all the same. Yeah, excellent. Good to hear. Good to hear. So there's a funny bug that seems to have crept into the Solus software. I don't know if you were here for when I was explaining it, but it seems to be to do with OS 3.2. Well, I'm sure it's perfectly convenient for Australians. But yeah, so it's not a major thing. So it can be worked around using tool types already. But it was just kind of one of these things that slipped through the net because most of my development I was using 3.1.4. I did a quick test in 3.2. It all worked fine, but I didn't realize that it was um it just, I just didn't test that particular scenario. You don't really. And there's quite a few Amiga users in Australia. That's crazy. But there you go. I'm sure it'll pick up. You see, your channel is doing very, very well. So congratulations on that. Yeah. Do that. Not that there's a lot of people here. Oh, you were looking at the. Oh no, what were you? So Halloween Goblin Invasion, was that an Amiga thing or was that? What was that? Ah, okay. That explains why I haven't heard of it. um, and it's good. I take it. I saw you had a box. I saw that the pinball machine had arrived in a box, and it's quite impressive. Oh, very good, very good. Um, and when you say brand new, is it like brand new or new for you, as in you bought it? You bought it. Is it from the 80s with the film, or is it like modern? Oh wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. It's kind of things you don't think about, that an actual electromechanical pinball machine being built in this century even. It's very impressive. Um, okay, so what my suspicion is here is that la 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 la. It is advised to only use ASCII strings. This stops putting character description. So we're not selecting binary var. So I wonder if I've chosen local only, and it's as simple as that. So we'll just do a test with get var here and see if we can get the Solus address. So get var, and what are the things here? Name buffer, size, flags. Oh, so we have to assign a buffer for this. So let's create a buffer. 512 bytes, 512 bytes. So in Blitz terms, normally strings are treated as a primitive and not as an array as they are in C. So normally they're just assigned like this. Normally you just assign from like sort of this temporary storage area that Blitz has. So if you want to do any OS kind of functions, you need to actually have the space allocated, because the OS will write directly into that memory, and Blitz might not have it in the same place. So you need to be careful with it. But that's what we're doing. Pinball's having a bit of a second coming. Wow, that's amazing. That's cool. But I suppose it's going along with the whole retro revival thing. They're all these companies, all these companies making stuff for all the different retro machines. Obviously, the Amiga is extremely vibrant with new accelerators and new boards arriving all the time. It's mad, and new games released every year. It's crazy, and a lot of platforms are in a similar situation. So, but it's amazing that kind of thing stretches to pinball and arcade machines like that. That's cool. It's very cool. Yeah, so whenever you're using kind of OS specific calls, sometimes like even things like the file requester, what it does is instead of returning the value to you, returning the string, the path as a result, it basically puts it directly into the memory for your variable. So you have to do it this way. Otherwise, you can upset things. You can overwrite strings. You can cause all sorts of problems. Maybe even memory corruption outside of your program, which is, bad. Okay, so my var string is 5. Okay, so if I put 512 bytes aside, it shouldn't be anywhere near that. But memory's cheap these days. So so does this return true or false, or what does it return? So have a look at this. Returns the value. Gets the value as advised. Don't use input name. Pointer to a variable name. Okay, we also have to do that. Results. Len is the size of the n variable. LVvar is the only type that can be global. I wonder if that's something to do with it. Results. So it basically returns the length of the environmental variable. Okay, so so our result is that get var. Oh yeah, and then we're going to do and then buffer. I'm just going to put that one quotes around it so I know exactly, so I can see if it's a space or anything like that. Something funky's going on. Oh, yeah. What we're going to do is save this as a project. Oh no, that's not where we go normally. Projects. Oh, nvar test. I already have one. This is probably from years ago. I did some testing on n variables. Okay, well I'm going to save this and then maybe load that one and see what that looks like. Nvar test 2. It's a lot more sophisticated actually. So let's open a new file. Nvar test. Var names. So var names, var results. Var names equals. Why is it dummy? Odd. So get var. Okay, I'm gonna do it from first principles again. Start from scratch so I understand exactly what's going on. So the name of it is well. We have to. So we have to tell it. We have to give it a pointer to this string, which is you just give it the address of the string. You just use ampersand. So it's name buffer. Buffer is, and we have to give it the address of the address of the buffer, and size 512. And what will happen is if the variable does somehow turn out to be more than 512 bytes, it will truncate it at 512 bytes, so it doesn't overwrite any RAM. So it's just a safety thing, because it can't tell how much memory you've allocated or how it doesn't know. The OS doesn't know what size this is. And then flags is, what were the flags? Name buffer size flags. Local or global variable. So global, local only. This was changed to the number of characters and the total size of the variable was put into. The buffer returns null terminated even if the number of characters buffer is returned in IOR returns the size of the variable. Okay. So global only or local only? GVF, global only. I wonder, can we OR them together? GVF. So maybe that should be it. Oops. Let's try that. See what happens. Oh yeah, constant not found. That's because the constant, that's an OS constant, so you have to go and add the definitions. Amiga libs res, and that contains all the OS, all the standard definitions and so on. Yeah. Oh, what? Off to a cracking start. That'll count for our. That'll go into our crash count, I think. Damn it! So what happened there? The debugger crashed. I wonder, is that another OS 3.2 thing? What happened? Yeah, the debugger's crashed. Okay, restart time, and I have to reach over here and press the reset button because it's a physical button because of how the keyboard setup. It's actually an A1200 without a keyboard on it, and that's my testing machine. Let's have a quick look at it while we're here. It looks something like that. So that's it, completely, completely topless. For that reason, I have a little reset button over here. Oh, there we go. So I have to press that because the control Amiga doesn't work on the A2000 keyboard that I have here in front of me. So, where was it? Yeah. Okay. So, I wonder, I did get a warning the VBR wasn't in the right place, or was at 0. So I'll have to figure out, because there's a new 3.2 setup. I'll have to do the whatever it is that I need to do to move the VBR. Okay, so mvar test 2. I'm gonna be brave and run it without the debugger. Oh, didn't save it after that change. Compiler settings. Amiga libs. Amiga libs res.res. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is save it. So that'll be saved then. And now no. Length 6 variable is blank. Oh, I think I know what that is, and that is because it has returned a 6 because it has found the result, which should be 6 digits, D8C001 or D8 whatever. It's a 24-bit address, six characters. It hasn't printed it because Blitz is unaware that the information has been put in this variable. So here's a little thing. So when you so internally, how string is stored, it's the same in C as far as I know, is that you've got the at the address of the string, that's the first character of the string, and it keeps going until you get to a 0, and a 0 a null a null character, an actual 0 value, not the character 0, it marks the end of the string. So what you can do is we can peek that position, and it'll manually find the end of the string. So if we do peek string and the address of this, that should give us the actual output. Yeah. Okay, so there's our address. But the variable still, the variable still doesn't contain the information, because Blitz doesn't know that the information we put in it, so the length hasn't been updated. So in memory, let's say the address is 100, just for the sake of explanation. The first, if you look at address 100, it'll be the character D. At address 101, it'll be 8. Address 102, it'll be C. 103 will be 0. 104 will be 0. 105 will be 1 characters. And then 106 will be the actual byte value 0, which marks the end of the thing. So when you do a peek string, it keeps returning the string until it finds the 0 character. And that's how it's able to do that. So that's fine. We know it's working. What we need to do is, what happens is, at the start of the string, and it's the same in C, so I presume it's in the way Amiga OS treats strings, or well, actually it's kind of just general convention. At address 100, you've got the first character, but for the 4 bytes before that, so 96, 97, 98, and 99, you've got a 4-byte value, 32-bit value, so a long word in Amiga terms, and that contains the length of the string. So that contains a 0. Amiga OS has written the string into myvar string. It has written the string to that address, the address of that variable, but it hasn't updated the Blitz count of the number of characters in there. So what we can do is, if we do this is kind of nasty, but address, if we put in the address of that, -4, and the result. So that should be it. Now this can go nasty. This can go nastily, because this the documentation says this will return a -1 if there's a problem. So we don't want to do that, because then it'll return infinite, or basically to the end of memory, and that would be bad news. So what we'll do is we'll do this. So if the variable doesn't exist or something like that, we just have a little bit of a safety net for that. And then, so now these will only happen if the result is -1. And now what we should be able to do is, so now we've updated the value manually, we should just be able to do this, and we should get our value. Nervous now. Let's see if it works. Yep, there we go. Okay, now we can read this variable. Now we just have to figure out why the hell the test programs or the support programs aren't able to do that. Sorry, Cammy, let me know if the music is too loud for you as well. If it's, because I can't really tell how loud it is at my end. Because the headphone volume is a different setup to the streaming volume. So it's all good. Cool. Excellent. Thank you. Good to know. So here I am. This is so we can read a variable. Okay. Now let's see what's going on. Let's we'll open a new source code. Open new. Excuse me. Okay, so our Solus software is in here. So what's the program that we're trying there? excuse me again. Solus temps. Is that the latest version of it? Solus temps 0.9. So Solus temps. So this should just open a little window and give you the temperature readings from the Solus board. Now, Envars. Okay, so this sounds familiar. Envars. This is kind of, I guess my original test program was when I was developing this. Okay, after the procedures. Must be just before the start of the main loop. Set interface. Okay. Oh, this is all MUI stuff. Although I'm going to work on some MUI stuff as well. Address. So get fan settings. So address is Solus base. Okay, so Solus base is, that's fine. That's what we want. We want the tool type to, if the tool type is manually set, that it should ignore all others. So Solus base. Why is this not working? Because that is kind of what we did. So if the result is only equal to -1, poke address, that the address of the address variable -4 and result, and then Solus base is the actual value of that. Well, look, if you have any questions, stop me. I'm happy to talk all night about this kind of stuff. So what I'm doing here is probably a little bit nichey, is kind of specific stuff, but it is all OS friendly software, and it is MUI software. Let's see, compare settings, so the debugger is switched off. So if I run this, it'll show you what this, there's quite a lot of code here, but a lot of it is oh, it runs it. It's a commodity, so it runs it. Oh no, it's just not finding the address. Okay, yeah, grand. But yeah, I'll get it working, and then we'll see what's going on. So what we want to do is we want to just debug this bit here. So result, and then oh look. What's this about? Size is -1. That's basically infinite. So this, I see what's happened here. And now that I see this, I think I figured this out before, and I forgot to update it, or I don't know why I didn't update this program. But now I get it. It's all working. So -1 in binary terms, -1, because Blitz basic all variables are signed, -1 is kind of the same thing as an unsigned variable. That's the highest value that it can store. So if you've got a byte variable, 256 different values you can go put in there. That's from 0 to 255. So if you have the value 0 and you subtract 1 from it, it's 255. If that makes sense. So sometimes the -1 is used as a sort of shortcut to that. So it's whatever the highest value is. And basically this kind of means infinity. So it means that there's no limit on how big the variable return can be from the OS. So what that means is that the OS can just take as much, if it goes and looks for the environmental variable, it will keep on reading memory until it reads byte 0. And because that's -1, it means basically it'll keep reading all the way to the end of your memory and try and store that in the variable. Now obviously you don't want that to happen, because that's no matter how much you've allocated, it can't be to the end of the memory. So so it will corrupt memory. And I think what's happened is they've seen that as a sort of a potential memory corruption bug in the OS, and so they disable it, or they've made sure that it doesn't work and it returns nothing when you set -1, or when when you set a stupid large number for how for how much space it can use. So if I set that to, where did I set that? What's the max len I set? So how much space did I allocate for that? Max len address strings 10 bytes. Okay, so it should never be longer than that, because even a 32-bit value is only 8 bytes. So it should never be more than that. So let's go down here. Bop, 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 bop. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Where were we? And if we change this to 10, maybe it'll work. I've said that already. Maybe it'll work. But it did work the first time after I'd crashed. It did work. Let's see. So Control-Alt-T is the hotkey for this. It's a commodity and it runs in the background basically. Length 6. Okay, that's what we were expecting. So it sounds like it has. There we go. Hey, it works. It works. And there are the temperatures of the parts, and it even read the names of the things from my board. So it is now reading the temperature of my of the sensors on my 1200. Oh, that feels good. So it's only a very simple little bug. It's annoying me because I now that I've done that, I think I've already fixed that somewhere else, in some other project, yeah. Anyways. Happy now. Happy. So, what is next? Fix all the various programs. All the Solus programs, because they all have the same issue. Okay. That's not a big deal. What else can I do with this? But yeah, so this is, anyway, it's a MUI interface, and you can hide it, and it'll sit in the background. But what it'll do is you can set an alarm, and it will pop up a warning if your machine gets too hot, based on what alarm settings you've set. What did I say? That was Control-Alt-T. There we go, yeah. So, and what this is telling us is CPU heatsink is set as the main sensor. So what that means is that basically you can see the set point here is 45 degrees. I should probably put a degree Celsius symbol down here as well. I'm not sure you can. I'll see how that's done inside in the code. But what that means is that basically when the CPU heatsink reaches 45 degrees, it will start to ramp up the fan. That's all. And that's it. But this is only a monitor. Well, you can set the set point here, but it's only monitoring it. All the actual measurements and the fan control happens on the circuit board, so it doesn't need the OS running for that to happen. So what are we going to do? We're going to put a degree Celsius symbol down here. Yeah, so we can set alarms. We can enable and disable alarms here. So it's a neat little interface. It's only quite simple. It just shows you what you need. Simple enough. And control. So scan doubler. So now it's based on the scan doubler heatsink instead. So nothing fancy. Nothing is getting warm. As I said, this is kind of a naked machine, so it doesn't get that warm. I've also got a big heatsink on the 060, so it doesn't. Yeah. So the heatsink is just 33 degrees. It just feels slightly warm. That's it. Okay, so degree Celsius symbol here. Actually, did I set this so that it can support different units? Did I? Oh, I did. Hello there, Andrew. I'm Immortal. Welcome along. I'm fixing a little bug in the Sulla software that was causing problems with OS 3.2. And I found out what the problem is, and I'm very happy because it's an easy fix. So, and I also feel slightly annoyed because I think I fixed it before in some other program. So now, while I'm in there, I'm going to do some minor updates on the interfaces and just kind of add. What I want to do is I want to add keyboard navigation on the controls. Because pressing tab to go between fields and things like that. Because it doesn't have that at the moment. Little things like that. But I also, I forgot that I actually added degrees Fahrenheit support to this. Does it work? Oh, no. It doesn't, because I need to actually compile the bloody thing. So where did we put that? We want to comment that out again. We're going to make this a new version of the program. Here's our version. What's today's date? It's the 2nd of November. Jesus. 2024. This is well overdue an update. A bit behind in your firmware version. You most certainly are. Well, almost certainly are, I would say. Currently, it's 0.16. But that isn't officially released because it doesn't actually the change doesn't actually do anything for anyone. It's for a particular type, or what is it? I can't even remember what the change was, but it doesn't actually affect anything as such. It's laying the groundwork for a future update that I want to do, future features and stuff, but it doesn't actually change anything. So at the moment there's no need for that. 0.15 or 0.16 will be fine. So God, I've been working on this for 4 years. Okay, so now let's compile this into an actual program. Create executables to make sure it's in the right place. So future features. Don't get too excited. It's basically I want to enable interrupts on the boards. Now early boards won't have that feature working, so your serial number 1 won't, but the new one that you have probably will. But what it'll do is it'll mean faster it'll mean faster communications and more reliable communications, and it also mean that things like, the way we were talking there the other day about a display that had push buttons on it, it would be a way to get the software to react to those push buttons. Oh yeah, like a 4-year memory, was it? I'd say you'd be stupid to buy this, Dave. Well, welcome in. Good to see you. Let's see. Did I compile that? I can't remember. Create, minimize, executable. So let's compile that. And so I fixed a bug, a minor bug that I feel like I fixed before in a previous life, and now I think it works. Yeah. The buttons. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't even have one of those displays, so it'll be it'll down the road somewhere. But anyways, now if we run source temps, should work again. And now we've got degrees Fahrenheit. Oh. And that's a manual, so let's set that to CPU core. Set point now. 32 to 200. Oh, that's also in Fahrenheit. I'm actually kind of forgot I did that. Like, cool. Anyway, but yeah, freedom units. Let's get rid of that. Oh yeah. Kelvin. Yeah. What's the Fahrenheit equivalent to Kelvin? It's like Fahrenheit, but starts at absolute zero. Oh, God. It's too long since I've been in education. And it's not a unit that I've used once since I was in college. And even then, it was only a kind of a novelty thing. Just be aware that this exists. Will the Solus run off? It should do. Kelvin is a Scott. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But what's that? Oh, that's going to annoy me now. There's another unit that's Fahrenheit version of Kelvin. Sorry, I'm going to have to Google it. Rankin, which is also a Scottish sounding name. Yes, so anyway, there you go, Rankin. So like 400 or 500 Rankin is kind of like room temperature. Yeah. Anyways, we won't be dealing with that. The Solus should run off a Buddha. You need to get the address manually and set that because it doesn't do bus snooping on the Zorro bus. But the Buddha, it cannot support the clock port splitter. That's a kind of unique to the 1200 motherboard. So it just can't. It can't work. It just can't do it. So it could be implemented on, but it would have to be implemented on the Buddha itself. And it's unlikely that that's the case. Yeah, Rankin like is a Scottish name as far as I can tell. So I'm gonna have to read up on that. Is it a natural splitter or is it just a through port? On Solus, it's a splitter. Full splitter, like it's completely autonomous and independent of the actual Solus functionality. It's actually a 4-way splitter, but Solus is on the 3rd port, if that makes sense. so or is on the 4th port, so the first 3 ports are available there, and it's just like 2 separate devices built into the one board. Except for real-time clock. For real-time clock purposes, it's there's the real-time clock is enabled or disabled by software on the Solus board, but that's a different story altogether. So the adapter you have on the 500 CPU slot is probably not going to work either. It should work along. Yes, it'll. I'm going to go out there and say yes. It'll definitely work alongside the Buddha clock port because the adapter on the 68K socket is probably, or on the 500 side port, is probably giving you the same kind of functionality as the 1200 clock port, but I couldn't tell you whether it decodes all 4 address ranges, so I don't know whether the splitter would work on that. But the Buddha address is totally different. The Buddha will be a Zorro address. But I think does that not have 2 clock ports on it already? The CPU slot one. So that's already doing the decoding logic on that. So you've got those 2. You're not going to get the splitter to work. Well, maybe no, it won't. It won't work because you won't get the select line. So no, that won't work on the Solus splitter. Won't work on the CPU slot adapter. But yeah, it should work independently of the Buddha, and that should give you 3 separate clock ports. Yeah. Is there any cool stuff I might want on the clock port other than Ethernet? Have you seen the Raspberry Pi thing that fits onto the clock port? Can give you Wi-Fi and you can offload some tasks to it. It's not quick enough to kind of like be it's not quick enough to be like a graphics card or anything like that. But I think you can use it for MP3 decoding and things like that. I've never used it, so I don't know for sure. But someone posted in the Solus Discord about it, I think, and said that, or was it on the? Yeah, it was Martin who said that it's working, and he's listening to Spotify through it, through the Pi thing, which is connected to his Solus. There's a Solus Discord. Did you not join it? No. Let me get you an old invite there. Sure. Where's me Discord gone? So let's. There's not a lot on it, to be fair. It's just basically sort of ooh, shiny. Also, cheers and happy Saturday. I will I want to give that yeah, that's mental. That's mental, and it is a feature request I have in the future to be able to run multiple copies of Solus software, so you have different versions, or like, you know, so you can run both versions at the same time. Because at the moment you can only have one Solus per machine. That can be, you can only access one Solus per machine. So when you run the software, it locks out all other software, regardless of whether it needs to or not. It just locks out the Solus entity. Whereas Mark has to quit the software for one board before he runs the software to change the settings on the other board. It's mental. But you know, it works, and I think one is actually connected to the clock board on the other Solus, which is just bonkers. I did test that once and it worked, and I was like, okay, I'm not going to push that. It's not. You know, it's nonsense. So, you know, I'm not going to test it any further than that. And there he goes and does it. A Solus website, other than my website, Rob the Nerd. Is that what you're talking about? Uh-huh. Yeah, there's a manual and everything there. There you go. Did you go like blind into installing that and all that? Oh well. Fair play. You didn't blow anything up, so oh, there you are. I've not gotten. Okay, well there you go. The manual is on my website, so get on it. And there you go. That'll to you. There's Cammy there as well. Now Cammy streams and does some pretty interesting streams on Amiga stuff and on old pinball machines and brand new pinball machines. It seems. She's in Tasmania, so the streams are sort of like mid-morning. So I sometimes have them on when I'm working here, but that's it. Yeah, she's got a stack of machines. Her house is basically, you know, an arcade, which is quite impressive, I have to say. You know, moderately jealous of that kind of thing. If you imagine Stephen's basement with all the arcade machines, but all pinball machines. That's that's what it's like. Mm-hmm. Yes, I remember you got that. All right. Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, Solus temps. We were going to change that back to. We're going to get rid of the freedom units. I keep on reaching for the scroll wheel, and there's no scroll wheel in this mouse, and it annoys me. On this Amiga mouse. Yeah. It's basically is you filled the entire thing with pinball machines. Is what you're saying. So there we go, back to degrees Celsius. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to add a degree Celsius symbol over here because the set point should be also in those units. Well, there's Dave. You can chat to Dave about that. He's going to be working on that. Okay, so that's what we want. We also want to be able to tab between the fields, although there isn't really anything to tab except for this. So I suppose we could do like plus and minus to change the set point. Something like that. But alarms should be able to tab between them to enable them or disable them. So we'll try that anyway. But cool, it's working. It's picking up the address properly. Excellent. Bug fixed. So now, what was next? Let's have a look at the how the window is built up using MUI. Here we are. I'd love the space for pinball machines too, but to be fair, I wouldn't fill that space with pinball machines. Probably model railways or something like that. Something that I just cannot justify having space for, because I have a little box room, and I'm very lucky to have this little room. It's chock full, absolutely chock full of stuff, and I need a giant room. You need to do like the birds do, you know, get to 18, just give them a kick, and off they go. Well, that's what happened, isn't it? One of them's off to uni, and so you got the two left. Soon. Well, that's it. Make it that they don't want to be there anymore. So it's their decision then. You know, it's empowering. You know? I've decided to leave. Oh, excellent. We can turn off the jungle music at 5 a.m. so. Yeah, I think I've only met one of them. But yeah. Seems decent. Don't know how that happened. Knowing the parents. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, yeah. What was I doing? Where are the units set? So the overall group... Oh no, alarms. This is all the alarms windows. So main group is in 3 columns. Dear. Yeah. That was it. She seemed decent. So, main label units 3. That pub closed down and is now a different pub. Just by the by. Nice place though that was. Oh, I can't even remember what it's called now, but I think it's Italian food. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a new unit one to put beside the slider. So where are we? I mean, add objects, V group, main group, overall, speed slider. Oh, okay, here we are. Main temp 1, main label units 3. So the main speed slider. Why is okay? And so we can do main label main label units 4. Has Paula said anything about this now? This sounds like a lovely plan. But main, what are we doing? So yeah, we don't need this stuff. This old code. Get rid of that. Main units 4. So we need to create that label. So it's just a copy of these. Main label units 4. Fair enough. Do what you want with the living room. I'm having this little room for my music studio. Yeah, I would have to say if I had some extra space or a second room, it would be... Well, I need a workshop, basically. It's annoying. We bought this place and there's a shed outside. It was too damp to use for storing power tools and things like that. So it's kind of... I need a garage, but the garage here is converted into like a bedroom. So, and that's Sarah's room at the moment. That sounds like... That That sounds like we've got separate bedrooms. No, Sarah's music room, Sarah's hobby room, and also the spare bedroom for people staying over. And then this is my room for not for people staying over. You'd be lucky. But what was I saying? Yeah, so I would like I need a more of a workshop kind of place because I want to have a soldering oven. I want to have a lathe, bigger milling machine than I have, and things like that. So that's what I want. But I also want somewhere for model railways, and I want to build a model railway, and that's completely aside from the it's another whole other branch of nerdiness. I've got half my garage converted to half workshop. Uh-huh. Yeah, nice. Nice. Yeah. Oh yeah, big train nerd. I actually have back in the day when I was still living at home. I was going out with a girl from Germany, and I was over there. As you do, spent the summers in Berlin, and I was buying model railway stuff over there because at the time you could not get these model railways, this particular type, in Ireland or in the UK. It was all Hornby and stuff here, and so these were half the, or not quite half the size, but they were much smaller than the standard Hornby ones you get in everywhere. And they're utterly unheard of. And these are just incredible things. And you could put a lot more stuff into a smaller space. Obviously, the details aren't quite there, but but I had a layout that I had built, and it was reasonably substantial. As in, it had a couple of different tracks. It was an inverted figure eight. It had a station. It had quite a few bits to it, and it was still only like smaller than a bed. It was kind of like a small kitchen table sized, that kind of thing, and it had all this, it had mountains and tunnels and a whole lot on it, and I never finished it because I'd never really dressed it, so I had the tunnels and mountain built, and I had bags of grass, I just hadn't glued it down and stuff like that, so I had a lot of that to do. And then I moved out, and I haven't had the space since, so that stuff is still in my parents' attic. 35mm scale extra. Oh man, when I used to work in Maplin, my manager was in this kind of club of people who were big into their slot car racing. Like, scale extra was like a dirty word to them. They were really big into it, as in they scratch built cars, they bought the tyres in that they wanted, and bought the motors, bought everything that they wanted, and they would have proper tournaments of this. And I went along to one of them, or I went along to a couple of them, just to because this is awesome. And these 4-track raceways in attics. Jesus, like, it was incredible stuff. Incredible. And like, this is so different because, you have to warm up the tires before you start the race. You're just going to slide off at the first corner. So you're warming up tires, and you've got this really kind of real fine control of the cars. It's unbelievable. Your mate still has train set for Warhammer. It probably makes for quite a good backdrop, quite a good scenery, all right. Model railway dioramas tend to be pretty awesome. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? But it's mad, the difference. Like, but these guys, like, the amount of money they spent, and then I remember the first time I had a go of one, and I had this lovely, it's a little model of a Fiat 500. And the guy said, "Yeah, it's it's not a particularly precious car, so you can have a go of it." And it's flying around. there's a hairpin. I just completely misjudged it, straight off, and smashed against the wall, and the car split in two. I was like, "Oh no, I'm so sorry." I was like, "Yeah, it wasn't that precious, but I also didn't want it smashed." But anyways. Yes, that like, if I had infinite rooms, I'd have a scale extra room or a slot car room. I'd be all over that. Yeah. Yeah, so the top of the body was really light plastic, and it just it split, as in front and back split in half like this, so it butterflied it off the base. So if you imagine, if you squash a car like that from the top and the bottom, it just kind of burst out the sides. Yeah. I have a Mario Kart Scale Electric set that my sister got me for, I think, like my 25th birthday or something. And this is like, when people buy stupid toys for grown-ups kind of thing. And I had it set up in the flat for ages. You want to set one up? Oh, wow. Yeah, yeah. So I suppose, yeah, like a massive second-hand setup would be kind of the way to start it. Yet this is the risk. This is the risk, and as like if I had a workshop and I had all these extra things, all these extra places, there's a significant risk that nothing would get finished or done, and I would just I would just run out of time. I'd be dead, and it'd be 300 half finished projects. Oh yeah, proper retro stuff. I mean, you get the same in the model railways. You get like vintage stuff, and some of it goes for serious money. And some of it has been converted, like they're refurbished with new motors and stuff, but still the old bodywork and things. Oh, that sounds like a nice idea. Yeah. Hmm. Do you know? Um, I'm trying to think of the layout of this house. If I extend out that way, there's be there. I could like if I broke through that wall, I'm onto the roof of the garage. What was the garage? I could technically extend out a little bit. It'd be a hell of a big job. I'm sure the neighbours would hate it, but yeah, no, maybe not. Yes, there you go. I've put a lot of work into that, so read it. Yes, a lot of detail and a lot of the technical stuff as well for people who want to add their own random stuff to it. It's unlikely it was, to be fair. These houses were pretty slapped together. Mind you, it's only a wooden framed house, so second story isn't that heavy either. It does have a brick outer, I suppose. Yeah, probably wasn't. I wouldn't imagine so. It was slapped up at the cheapest possible cost. But we'll have a look. We'll have a look. Yeah. Good to know. Good to know. Anyways, right. I'm out of beer, so I'm going to get a beer. I'll be back in a brief moment. Just looked at my phone there. There's 105 messages on it. For Jesus' sake. Deal with that later. Oh, yeah, that does sound awesome. Yeah, that's really good. It'd be good to be able to get in on that. Yeah, the problem. Well, it's not the problem, but just once you can somehow make it pay for itself, that would be awesome. So subscriptions or donations or whatever. Jesus, that would be class. Yep, yeah, you guys coming in here messing up my plans. To be fair, it was a pretty casual thing. I have been so busy recently that I haven't been streaming at all, and just kind of said, okay, this has been annoying me because this bug came up like last week or the week before. I was just like, oh, I'll get to it, and eventually I said, right, I'll do it tonight because the little lad's in bed, the missus is elsewhere, it's all good. She's actually singing right now in Inverness. Yeah, exactly. Like, or yeah, some sort of like mini arcade. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Um, yeah, there are a few really good vintage computer museums in the UK, and they have them set up so a lot of the machines you can go in and use them and stuff like that. They're kind of working museums, as opposed to a few things in display cabinets. No, they have display cabinets too, but yeah, I like that idea. Oh yeah, I hear there is. I haven't been to that one yet. I really have to get to the whenever I'm down that way again. I will make sure I drop in. Hmm. There's what was the one we went to on the way down to Kickstart last year? The Northern Computer Museum, which was pretty good. It's my first time seeing an Apple Lisa, and it was working and it was usable, which I was quite impressed. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so where were we? I needed to set a constant for the label. So main label units. So we just add. Oh, look at that! Future planning there. Past me left a space in the constant numbers that I for this very occasion. uh, Thank you, past Rob. Um. Oh yeah. Oh man, this guy's coming in annoying people. How are you, Turbo Fire? Good to see you. Cheers. Happy Saturday. Yes, I did see that actually. Something the Yorkshire group when we were there last year. The Yorkshire group were there doing some doing some repairs, and they were repairing the Amigas there. And then next week, the following week, they had a meetup there. And I wonder if that was kind of an arrangement where they come in and help, and in return they get to use the space that has dried up or something like that. I don't know, but anyways, it seems to be an argument over money. But I don't know the ins and outs of it. But I did see the mentions of it. But oh yes, Terrible Fire is having some work done in his house, and yeah, yeah, gone to the dogs, isn't it? But yeah, so I can imagine that's not a deal. Is it going well though? Who'd thunk it? Who'd thunk it? Okay, so I've added my new window thing, new units thing. Oh, fun Sunday. That'll be exciting. See if your whole house just does this. Well, that's not good. Ah, dear. Now, you can't see it because the capture cards had a conniption, but I've got a nice red guru on the screen here. I see. Oh, right. Now, what the hell happened there? Mooey's a bit of a bastard to debug, because, well, normally, well, okay, well, it's twofold now because something's wrong with the Blitz debugger, as in it crashes under OS 3.2, or well, like I probably haven't set it up right because this is only a brand new install. It does need the VBR to be moved, and that's probably the problem, and I haven't done that yet. But so I'm running it without the debugger. But even so, when you get things wrong in MUI, it goes badly wrong. It's like it's null pointers everywhere. It's horrible nastiness. Takes the whole machine down, and the Blitz debugger doesn't catch that because it's MUI that's crashing, not Blitz, not your code, if you get me. So what have I done? I've added a units labeled there. So let's see. So everything has to work out. So Let me see. So what's happened? So they're the alarms. The main group overall. Oh, did they have to change the? Did they have to order new steel? Oh dear, that was a lot of steel. Okay, so we got 3 columns. Add objects to the vertical group. Main group overall. Okay, so 4 labels here. Speed slider. Overall. Label speed slider. Main speed slider. Main label units. So the group overall. Speed slider. Main speed slider. So the label, the slider, and the units. Main label units 4. So group overall, label, the actual control, and then units 3. Why is that crashing? If we comment this out, let's see if it still crashes. Oh yes. That's what she said. Do I write documentation? Yes, I write a lot of reports and a lot of regulatory paperwork and stuff like that. It's it worked because I comment, so I know that that's the problem. Thanks. Yeah, no, that's kind of like a lot of my day job. Like it's 10% engineering and 90% paperwork, and the kind of paperwork that they show the U.S. government and the governments of different countries. So yeah, it's kind of it's part of the job when you're in medical devices, unfortunately, because I would much rather not be doing that for 90% of my time. But well, it's probably an exaggeration. A lot of it's fine. Oh, what's happened here? Oh no, this is just not reading the board fine. That's okay. I think that's a timing issue. Well, I say that's okay. It's something else that needs to be sorted. Why? Okay, so right, so how MUI works is everything's broken up into groups and columns and things like that. So this is a vertical group, but it's split into 3 columns. So the first column is the label, then the control, then this text object. Label, control, text object. So well, label, it is another label, and it's just the unit. And it does the same here. Why is this different? Because I don't think that I have a spacer in there. I need to quit it. Ooh. It's always fun to see random characters in the console. Where the fuck did that come from? I've got some memory issues here. I think. Okay, so maybe there was something else going on. Probably not, but let's see if this crashes again. No, it didn't. It worked. Something else was going on the last time. Although that character in the console is slightly concerning. I don't know what that was about, because it's not like it's not debug output or anything like that. But anyways, we've got a unit now. So set point. I know it shouldn't go from 0 to 100. It's like it's laziness on my part. It should probably be more sensible, 10 to 50 degrees or something like that. But well, no, to be fair, if you want to have your chip run at 100 degrees, I suppose that's technically all right for a short time. What's the set point for? Yeah, is it so? Basically, what we have is these are the three sensors that we have running: scan doubler, CPU heatsink, and CPU core. And then what you do is you choose one of them as the kind of the master. Now, okay, there's something else going on because CPU core is there and manual is selected. So scan doubler. So it chooses, you choose which sensor is the main one. So usually you have the CPU core. And what happens is you set your set point to 53 degrees, let's say, and when the CPU core, reaches 53 degrees, the fan will kick in. But it's a proportional controller, so it'll basically, it won't be full force either. The further you are from above 53 degrees, the faster the fan will go. And when I say proportional controller, for the engineers here, it's a PID controller. And I'm very proud of this because it ramps up nice and gently. Yes, for the Atari version. This just came from a thing on Discord where I said I was working on a clock port expansion for the Atari 800 XL. And this is, I was doing it a while ago. That's what it looks like. That's their PBI bus. Indeed. And so it kind of works. But it'll look a lot neater and smaller and nicer. And when that is done, in theory, you can connect a Solus to an Atari 800 or 600 or an XE. Yeah. No, not for the ST. Although I don't see why it couldn't be done for the cartridge slot. I don't have an ST. But, like, you know yourself, the clock port is just kind of it's just a CPU bus, an 8-bit bus. Like, the clock port is actually closer to the Atari XE expansion port than it is to the Amiga. There's no grill. Don't be putting ideas in my head. I don't know the first thing about coding on STs either. I'm not an ST person. I had one for a little while, and then I got an Amiga, and it wasn't even mine. It was my uncle's ST, and I remember the floppy drive was dodgy on it. It had an internal floppy drive, but the floppy drive was dodgy, and half the time it didn't work. It was a bullshit. Yeah, but if you're doing system-friendly software for controlling Solus, it's it's that kind of thing. Oh dear. Yeah. Okay, so that's that thing fixed. Degrees Celsius. What the hell's going on with this? Why was that set to? If I set it to manual. So if you set it to manual, then it's not the fan speed isn't based on the temperatures. It's just based on 0 to 100%. Maybe that's why I didn't have this set. I see now. So it's 0 to 100% now. So I'd have to change that to percent. And then set them on fire. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It sounds decent, all right. Yeah, it does sound like it. You kind of see there were a couple of different paths, and people who had the say the wherewithal or whatever for PCs at that stage moved on to PCs quite early. I find mostly it seemed to be more the case in America. You know that it's like, well, especially the wedge Amigas, they weren't that popular, and well, people were, you know, more inclined to move on to PCs much earlier. But like, I was still using my Atari 8-bit until like the 90s. And well, to be fair, it was like Commodore were still selling C64s until they went bust. So, you know, it's the European market is a bit different to the US market. But yeah, I think quite a lot of people started late, finished late. Especially me, I just never finished. I got an Amiga and I still use it. Yeah, absolutely. No, it was an expensive machine for a kind of a, you know, cheap as computers go, and for what it did. But there were no cheap computers at that stage, really. You know, when 88 like per PCs, I suppose. You know, productivity computers as opposed to the, you know, there was a Commodore 64 was probably the king of that kind of thing at the time. Yeah, the 8-bits and stuff like that. Yeah, but like, yeah, what way am I trying to describe it? As a kind of a productivity. It's not quite the word I'm looking for. Yeah, C64 is probably the closest one there, because that had non-shite. Yes. Yes. But yeah, the C64 had quite a bit of productivity stuff. Yeah, exactly. It was cheaper. It was cheap for what it could do, but it was an expensive trinket at the time. And the 500 sorted that out, and the ST was the cheap option in that realm, I suppose. Oh yeah, it was when it was announced. It was a massive thing, like. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to quit this. I'm going to... Oh, fuck you. Okay, now something's not right. Something is not right with that. And I wonder... Is there something else? Is there a bit of code sitting there in the background that's trying to change that label? Anyways, yes, this has crashed again. Magic reset button. Well, that was it. But like, I could like I said, I was using my Atari XL for coding and stuff like that. And that was my hobby computer, because in school we had 286s. No, in school we had a BBC Micro. When I went to secondary school in 1994, we had 286s, and at the top of the room there were 386s. And they had mice, and they had Windows 3.1, and this was like, wow. And only 2 of the mice had balls in them. So, you know, there's always like, we're going to use the big computers at the top. There's always a race to get the first 2, because the third one didn't have a ball in the mouse. Oh, Jesus. Just think of that, like, you know, and, you know, these are like, it takes 5 minutes to open documents in Word and stuff. Oh, it was awful stuff. Yeah, well, that's it. But yeah, like that, and that was the thing. That was my secondary school I started there in 1994, and so obviously there were more powerful computers around, but they were serious money, and no one had them really. You know, you had to have a really good reason to shell out that kind of money. Like, you're talking secondhand car money. So yeah, but yeah, no, I was still on the Atari until probably around about 1994 as well, and that's about 94. I think I got my 1200, and it was second hand. You've put second-hand car money into retro machines. Yep, I have not. All my retro machines are only retro because I've owned them for 20 years. I don't even spend that on a new PC. Like my new PC is John's daughter's old PC. Fuck it, it's streaming. It's working fine. That's it. Oh yes, yes, arcades. That would do it. The Atari 8-bit die-off games. The Atari 8-bit is a funny one. Like technically, it can put the C64 to shame in some ways, but in other ways, it was of a previous generation. Like the chipset can do incredible stuff, but a lot of the games, especially because the C64 was so popular, had the C64 to lead, and it was difficult to port backwards or difficult to port sideways. So I heard. so I heard, and a fine castle it is too. So long as it doesn't tomorrow. Anyways, yeah. So what the hell's going on there? What I have to do is I'm gonna go back into that code, disable that label again, and then see if it crashes. Because something funny happened. Something funny was happening there. Where was I? We're back up here again. That's why I already had that. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure they know what they're doing. I think if they were doing a half-hour's effort of it, they probably wouldn't be working on a Sunday anyway. So we leave that out. It should be fine. But at least it's picking up the address, and this is what was going on. So yeah, for anyone who wasn't here at the start, basically there was a bug in the software that only showed up under OS 3.2. So I fixed that, and now seems to be okay. Was it manual? Is it actually set to manual? It is set to. There's slight communications issues with this. Go on. Yeah. Got a high-end kitchen, bathrooms, and the whole house are decorated for what you spent on the garden. Yeah, but you know what? You know, in a couple of years you'll have recovered from the garden, and you can be sitting out in the garden having a barbecue and get drunk, and then decide to get a new kitchen. Once the payments are manageable. Okay, so let's see what happens if we quit this. Does it work? Did it quit? It quit fine, cleanly. Let's run that again. Fine, manual. Let's set this as scandoler. Set point. Okay, 50. Let's quit that. That was clean. Oh, I didn't mean to compile it actually. Come on. Set point kept. Okay, I see what's happening. It's not setting the right menu item in here. Okay, there's another little bug to tidy up. Oh. Okay, so it's exiting cleanly now. So there's something funny with that label. I'm just going to ignore it now because I'd have to change it to % anyway. I can't be arsed. I don't know why it was crashing it, because everything should be fine. It's got 3 columns. I get given out to because I would always say columns. Colyums, UMNS, but columns. I've people take the piss in work because they say columns. It's 4 for Bifrost Heimdall. Oh yeah. So Bifrost. Bifrost is like fancy LED module for the 1200. So it gives you like multicolored LEDs, and it has its own little kind of controller on it. So the intention is, I have one here actually. I haven't used it in anything, but it's a little board. You probably can't. Where's the camera? There you go. It's a little board that replaces the standard A1200 LEDs, and it's multicolored, and it can give you like different colored pattern effects and stuff like that. And the intention was to basically have them interact so that Solus can control Bifrost and change the colors of Bifrost, and to trigger events on the Bifrost board. It hasn't actually gone that far, and I have one, and at some point I will get around to it, but at the moment it doesn't. But yeah, this is it. It's all started off over lockdown because Bifrost needed an extra 5-volt output. Not really, no. It's kind of, it replaces the keyboard. You know, the 3 long LEDs on the keyboard. That's what it's for. And you can even change the settings on them by pressing the actual diffusers themselves, which is quite cool. Okay, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I need to set the correct menu item. Where do I set the menus? Menus. Build menus. Oh, I hid it away over here. Okay. It's on the list. I've got a hell of a list. But it is on the list because it has extra inputs, and what it can do is you can like an activity indicator or something like that. You can do it for a PCMCIA activity, or for whatever, second hard drive or something like that. It's an input like that, so you can set a separate color for it or a separate pattern for it, and the intention was to do that. Now it also has on the board, I think it has an I2C or I2C input, which could be directly connected to the Solus, and then have proper communication, as in change the color settings of the Bifrost. But I haven't got that far, and myself and Connie talked about it briefly, and then someday I'll get to it. Someday. Anyways, right. Now here's the fun thing. Okay, it's manually set to checked. So it always starts with the checked menu item regardless of what happens. So what I need to do is I need to know which item it is that is enabled, and then set the right one using the flags. Oh, can I set interface? Oh no, okay, so here we go. It should set the, okay, so it sets menu checked on. Sorry, magic numbers and stuff like that, but it'll be fine. Good. Yeah, that's a point, because I can't remember if Stephen did the same footprint for the LEDs as the 3000. I know it's supposed to look a bit like the 3000. And I did the board, but I can't remember whether he actually kept. I just did the board to his measurements, but I can't remember whether he actually spec'd it based on the 3000 measurements. You know, if you can take an original 3000 LED board and fit it to the checkmate case, that would be amazing. because then you do Bifrost and it would work on the 3000 and the Checkmate. Hey, Predzada, welcome in. How are you? How are you? Good to see you. Yeah. This is minor tweaking and bug fixing in the software. So I've fixed a bug with OS 3.2 and I'm happy I did. And now I'm just kind of trying to fix another little bug that seems to be showing up. Yeah, that probably sounds about right. Yeah, because they're both based on the 500 template, so you only have power and activity, and the 3000 because big box Amigas generally have an indicator LED on the floppy drive itself. Hi, Paula. Thanks. Yes. And yeah, Predzada has one of the very, very nice translucent cases now, and it's a beautiful machine. It is. It's lovely. Okay, so set menu checked is not setting the menu to be checked. Why is that? What is the story with that? That command doesn't seem to be working. So this sets a tick mark on selected item to the status applied. The same rules apply. This command is GT menu checked. What's GT menu checked? GT menu checked. Menu items have a check mark. If the item is currently checked, you must have called either create menu strip or GT set menu before you use this command, and I have done. Yeah, sorry, there's no Amiga Ireland 2025. Predzada was at Amiga Ireland in 2020, was it? Anyway, I think one just before lockdown, I think. But yeah, no, we're not having one. But 2019 was it? Yeah. So no, we're not having one this year or kind of next year, I suppose. Basically, Irla is kind of the main man for that, and he was kind of like, no, he can't handle it this year. So I just didn't have the time to dedicate to it either, and no one else was able to, or no one else stepped up. So that's it. So hopefully for 2026, and it's kind of annoying because there's George. Well, welcome in. How are you? We were just talking about Amiga Ireland. So hopefully for 2026 there will be an Amiga Ireland event, January 2026. So fingers crossed. I don't even know if this still works, but like as soon as I'm mentioning it. Yeah. That's a slightly old message, but yes, not in 2025, unfortunately. I know, and this is the thing, and I even had Trevor Dickinson, and he's messaged me a couple of times over the since Amiga Ireland 39 this year. And I was like, are you going to do this? And come on, you really should, and I'll help out and stuff like that. So it was just it just wasn't doable. I do want to go to one of the Amiga things in Germany. I do want to, because I haven't been to any of them yet. But yeah, I don't know if I can swing it. So it might be a case that I end up at Terrible Bytes. We'll see. Revision. Yes, that's a good point. Now, anyway, George, I'm in bug squishing. I found a bug in the Solus software that is to do with n variables and how they're handled on OS 3.2. So it only showed up under OS 3.2, but to be fair, I think they're right to change the behavior because I was being a little bit naughty about it. So, you know the getVar function, getVar setVar for setting and getting n variables. What happened was I had just basically set the buffer size to -1, and that worked all the way up until 3.1.4, or all the way up. It worked on 3.1.4, and what happened was it would just return the string, the length, until it found a null value. So you didn't have to specify a length. Now, 3.2, it seems that they've enforced, and it forces an error condition when you do that, and it just cancels the call. And I'm like, oh, that's a bit annoying. But then, fair enough, because if you request all the memory, the infinite memory, and there's no null character, it's going to overwrite your buffer no matter what size your buffer is. And yeah. So I did actually. So all I did was go in and specify a proper length of buffer, and then it works again. All it needs is 10 bytes, and I just set it to infinity. So yeah, one of those things. Yeah. Yes. Anyways, right. I am out of beer again. So talk amongst yourselves and don't burn the house down. I'm going to go and get beers and snacks. Right. Back in a sec. So, well, not quite a whoop. No, Daedalus Jr. is fast asleep in bed, and he would sleep through anything once he's asleep. Sometimes it's, to get his brain to calm down is a bit of a chore, but once he does, he's gone. And you know, you could like hoover his room while he's asleep, and he won't wake up. It's mad, which is good in a way, I suppose. But anyways, he's a case study in ADHD, like. Oh, sorry. I actually forgot about that. I will have to have a look at the MUI 5 issue. I haven't looked at it yet, George. I'm sorry. Yeah, but I will. Yeah. So James is here, so I am actually babysitting him. So yeah, so I can't go anywhere, unfortunately. But hey, you know, once I got him in bed, sorted. Streamtastic. Well, yeah, I'll have to have a look at what's going on with MUI 5. I haven't installed it yet. See, once you put screens in front of him, he's like, you know, he's like a zombie. So, yeah, basically, yeah, he's absolutely addicted. He just needs to fix the screens, and then he's fine, you know. Yeah, no, but no, I remember I do have it written down on my list of things to fix. Absolutely, the two of them are great when they're together at the Amiga meets and stuff like that, and they just kind of they get on well and with them two-player games and stuff like that. Yeah, they work well together. Bit of Ouija nights. Yeah. Which we were all hammered as well, so it didn't help. Like, you know, Ouija nights is certainly not Peggy 7+. Like, it's it's fairly dodgy. But yeah, so the two of them are having great crack with this. You know, getting chases off the policemen and stuff like that. Oh well, but sure, we were all hammered. Who was it? It was Johnny, wasn't it? Who was bringing out the shots at like 2 p.m. or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Parenting 101. This is how you do it. Okay, anyways, right. I'm gonna fix this bug if it kills me. Or maybe I won't actually. So. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. I do try. I do kind of try to limit it to, you know, reasonable amounts. When I say reasonable amounts, Sarah's not here, and I slept until about 10:30 this morning, and he was up from about 7, so we had 3.5 hours of screen time in before he even got up. So. Johnny's great crack. He is. Yeah, no, he's a good lad, alright. And it's funny, he's not at all like. I knew his name before I met him, and his name is Jonathan Emery Barker. And I thought, oh, good God, this guy. I don't know, you know, I don't know, just had this preconception based on nothing but his name. I thought this guy's going to be like a fucking, I don't know, like a horse owner or something like that, you know? And it's like, no, he's absolutely mental. Oh yeah. You see, the thing is that James is so addicted to his screens that he won't get breakfast. He'll just sit there for 3.5 hours, and he'll, you know, it's not that long ago that he was like wetting the sofa just because he's so tuned into the screens that he'll just piss himself. James, if you're watching this in a few years' time, I'm sorry. But yeah, no, he like, to be fair, he does sometimes, but it depends on what he's watching. He's in the middle of watching. He's like binging on the Pokemon series at the moment, and he's just like, you know, he won't get up off the sofa for anything. And you know, I have to go down and switch it off basically after a few hours, and just, oh God. Oh, James was always a live wire. He was always you know. Well, it seems to be the one thing that he locks onto. It's, you know, outside of that, everything is kind of like, you know, your classic ADHD. But yeah, he's in the system, let's say. So there might be more to it. Might be a more complicated case. But outside of that, is not able to concentrate. Not his school report is like, you know, he hasn't finished a single assignment all year. And his assignment might be like to write things, you know, to write about the weather. You know, what weather is it today? Mind is gone. Hey, Chucky, welcome in. We're bug fixing, but most of it is spent chatting. So hey, but good to see you. Yeah, ACDC. And see, this is the thing. Johnny's a great guy, great crack and all that. I'm not sure I'd rely on him at one of these things because he's probably a bottle of whiskey deep at that stage. Exactly. Yeah. Says here, first time chat. Welcome in, Chucky. I'm Rob. I'm just every time I think of that you're two gins. I think of Billy Connolly. I think it was Billy Connolly anyway. And he talks about you know, he says to his wife he's going for a pint, and his wife doesn't realize a pint is this size. So, you know, it's like 2 gins. It was 2 bottles of gin, wasn't it? 2 liters of gin. I think I tasted one of the White Russians, but that was as far as it went. I was like, that's a slippery slope, and that was, you know, I was trying to be reasonable and not be like passed out on the floor at 9 o'clock. It's a great game, isn't it? Yeah, Seekonoid is, or Seekonoid, whatever. It is fantastic. Excuse me. And we're talking about like terrible bites, Predzada. Sorry, you might not have caught that, but Terrible Fire had a sort of an Amiga party in his house there a couple of weeks ago, and it was and so Hoff was there, and he had Seekonoid there, and there was one of the arcade sticks, the dual stick, an Immortal joysticks double stick, and that's the way to play it. Like, it was fantastic. But that's a hell of a niche joystick. There's probably only about 3 of them in the world. Oh yeah, and there was a ZX Spectrum beside it, so that you could, if you unlocked the secret game, you could send it over to the Spectrum and play the mini version. Absolutely nuts. But okay. Oh, you actually did it as well, did you? Yeah, I don't have a Specky, so I wasn't going near that. But that's cool. It's like mind-boggling Easter eggs. it's mental, like. Okay, so why when it starts is this not happening? Set menu checked isn't working. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And actually, it was kind of annoying because I missed the entire set. I think the like whatever it was, of an hour or whatever. I just missed it entirely. Mm. Yeah, that was funny. That was very funny. And who was it? Was it Johnny that got him to sign his copy of Payback? Yeah. Fuck's sake. Oh, very good, very good. Nonsense. Yes, we are. Okay, so we're turning on the menu item for. So we're setting we're turning on the menu item at the same time as we're setting this the window title. So that should work. I wonder if it's something to do with Magic Menu. We'll just disable that for a minute. So go back to the original menus. Let's just see if that is the problem. Because there was something else that Magic Menu did weird, and it came up a while ago. The disconcerting freeze on the LEDs when this program is launching. Scan doubler. Okay, settings, fan control. No, it's not. It's not heeding the update commands. Why not? Why not? So, why is this command not working? GT set menu checked. Why? Is it because it's a mutually exclusive menu item? Yeah, it was a good idea, to be fair. Now, why? What's? I don't suppose anyone here. No, none of you guys do Amiga OS coding. the menus have a quite sophisticated kind of automation. Well, not really automation, but they're quite sophisticated generally. I'm talking intuition menus, the GadTools menu system. Not even in like I'm using the same constants and stuff for that. So that's what I'm looking for. But you've got things like if you go to those menu items, so things like clean up by what's it? Like, so see these guys, these are mutually exclusive menu items. They are that's handled by intuition. Like, I couldn't believe it when a few years ago I was doing some Windows coding for my old job. Just 10 years ago or something like that. And Windows doesn't have this kind of automatic mutually exclusive menu handling. So when you select a menu item and you want it to be mutually exclusive, you have to do it yourself in Windows. I'm like, what the fuck, like? So, but yeah, that's the thing. It's like it feels very backwards when you go back to Windows and you kind of like, okay, you want to tick this item and untick that item. Oh, do it yourself. Like, no, fuck you. You know, this Visual C or C Sharp, I think it was. Fucking do it for me. But on the back of that, it seems that I cannot select a menu item manually when or I can't activate it using this command. All these things go to prefs. What does that mean? The menu is the prefs. Yeah. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. It's usually a different kind of thing in Windows. Yeah. Yeah. But like between that and also the what I learned early on in Windows coding is it's so nice to be able to just let intuition deal with the gadgets and stuff, and it doesn't lock the entire process up. It's like, that's cool. It's really nice. You go and sort that out. You let that button be pressed, and whereas no, Windows will shit the bed, and you can't move the window. You can't do anything with it. It's not freezing your machine, but it might as well be freezing your machine. But anyways, yeah, that software is still working in hospitals somewhere. Thanks, Predzada. It's a lot of people have death counters and stuff like that. You know, it's yeah. You're doing coding streams. It happens a lot in Amiga land that you crash things. So 3 already tonight. Okay, so anyways, right. So this isn't working. So so we have to set it from the start, do we? So let's have a look at our. We're not the main loop. We update interface. See, build menus happens before the window is created, but we create the window, then we load the prefs. So maybe we have to load the prefs first, and then yeah. Terrible fires count. So maybe we need to load the prefs before we build the window. Excuse me, and set the menus up from there. Shouldn't have to do that. Shouldn't have to do that. Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse. You know, so Blitz Basic is somewhere between Amos and C. You know, so you're dealing directly with the OS instead of instead of being in the sandbox, as you call it. So yeah, like Amos is almost like a virtual machine. It's like the interpreter is kind of your virtual machine as such, and that kind of saves the main machine. But yeah, no, you're dealing directly with the OS. So, or with MUI, with the MUI libraries, about like I was saying earlier, if you get something wrong in MUI, you can't catch it. MUI just like gone. Neil got a hold of Arcadia machine, which is yeah. Oh, Mastertronic. I remember having, when I bought my 1200, I got it second hand, and hey Darth, welcome in. How are you? Welcome along. I remember getting an Office suite on a floppy disk, it had the the obligatory box of copied discs, and there was an Office suite, and it was horrible. But I think that was written in Amos. It had that Amos feel and look to it, and it didn't have normal gadgets or file requesters or anything, and it felt like a kind of it felt horrible to use. But it was a very, very basic Office suite on one disc. I can't remember the name of it now. I'm gonna have to look that up, but I'm convinced that was written in Amos, but it was terrible because it didn't have any of the normal requesters or anything like that. It took over the machine. You couldn't like switch to Workbench, or if you did, you had to minimize the thing, and it was, you had to kind of, it was awful. Yeah, but yeah, in general, Amos isn't made for that kind of situation at all. That is awesome though. So it's going to be Seekonoid cabinet. A dual stick, presumably. Huff prepare something in Seekonoid which is credits related. Does anyone have a clue? Well, maybe it's kind of, maybe that will work with the cabinet. You know, I don't know how that hardware is implemented, but maybe that's it. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. A slideshow. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Amos definitely has its place. I used it briefly and I didn't like it, because when I got the Amiga, I was like, oh, the OS is so cool. And then I tried Amos, and it's like it's dumping all that stuff, and I'm like, okay, I want to write little tools. I want to use, I want to use this system. I want to do these things, but yeah. Then I got the Blitz demo disc on one of the magazines, and it was fantastic. Amiga Basic then to assembly. Uh, that's a hell of a jump. Hmm. Yeah, I suppose as an arcade thing, yeah, I suppose, yeah, I suppose there is that, but it's also kind of like a high score run. Um, yeah, and I think Amos, yeah, it's funny because I found Amos was fine, but I had already been programming BASIC on the Atari 800, so it's not that far. Well, no, okay, it's quite different, but it kind of like it was the same level of it's an interpreted BASIC. It's kind of chugs. It had the same kind of feel to it. You have to do everything yourself as such. You know, Again, that's not really what I want to say, but you have to do. Yeah, I can't remember. Can't remember what point I was trying to make there, but it felt like that. Whereas Blitz feels more kind of, yeah, it's made for the machine. Like was said there. Amos did come from the ST, so yeah, and yeah, of course, it has its following because it is easy to make kind of like the not cookie cutter games, but there's a certain feel that Amos has when it's used for programming, and it's a bit, you know, that. But there's nothing wrong with that. It's like you could think of it as a very advanced construction kit, and if you think of it that way, then it's quite cool. Now, what the hell's going on with my things? So do I? So what I'm doing is I'm loading the preferences. What's the difference between set interface and update interface? Set interface. Okay, that sets the values. Update interface. What does update interface do? Okay, update interface just. What? Sets the. It just sets the text of those labels to the right things. Yeah, well, that's it. Blitz is more powerful. It's more yeah. There's a lot more it can do, and it'll bite you in the ass more as well. Update would be, yeah, yeah. I think you're right there. I think that was my thinking. So set interface is speed slider. Well, see, set interface is what no. Set interface is a one-shot deal. Yeah, it's only when you open the window, and then update interface is just when something changes. That's all it is. Yeah, yeah. But why it's changing these labels? I I don't know. Some quality stuff. um, why? Yeah, update interface is just a minimal thing, but it's just changing the strings. It's not even changing the fan value and stuff like that, which I think is done separately again. Um, so let me see. What the hell? Get fan settings. Excuse me. Send fan settings. Where's my main loop? Excuse me. God. So send fans. Okay, this is all further down. But no, this is not what I want. Where am I reading the settings? Okay. Get temps. Okay, we're also setting an envar. Oh, look, we've got another one of these setting a -1 length. Jesus, these bugs are everywhere. Um, Yeah, so 3.9.9 is still there. 3.9.10, there was talk of it being released soon. So I think there will be I think they'll be released sometime very soon, and hopefully that'll fix all the bugs, because I'm still using an old version because I never found 3.9 to be stable. So I'm either using 3.7 or 3.8. And this is still 3.7 because I started the development on this and I'm afraid to touch it just in case it breaks something. I'm afraid to change it. Hey Ollie, welcome in. Welcome along. Good to have you. Yeah, yeah. It was if you delete and undelete a line or something like that, and that's a thing I use a lot. Like I can go here, and I can, let's say, delete that line, and then move it up here. You see, like that, and that was causing massive crashes. Now maybe it's a niche use case. Maybe no one else does that, but that was causing big crashes for me on 3.9. So I haven't used it yet, but 3.9.10 hopefully has fixed that. But yeah, it is. It's great, and as well, it's okay. It's a little while since I've done it because most of my stuff has been on OS 3. But I've developed OS like okay, they're OS 3 apps, but I've developed OS 4 apps under Blitz Basic on OS 4, and it worked fine. I have to see if the more recent versions do that as well. But yeah, so yeah, because it's still 68k code, but you can use the OS4 libraries and constants and includes and stuff like that, and it just works. I hear Ollie's doing a demo for revision. So set var. Oh, this is nasty because doing I've used -1 again. So that's another thing I have to fix. So that's global variable. I'll have to see if that still works under OS 3.2 because this is what I was talking about. This is the bug. So 3.1 and 3.1.4 would happily allow that. So I set the size as in I say to the OS, it's infinite. You tell me it's 4.3 billion. You tell me what size it is. I don't care. And previously that was acceptable, and now it's not. And I think that's probably fair because that's like badness. And you know, every time I see that, I'm reading it in the stupid, terrible fire French accent. Oh dear. I'm not even going to bother trying. PCI sauce, Jesus. 2040, because I think I'm going to do the Atari version for 2030. What did I say? 2036? October 2036. Because, you know, manage expectations and stuff. If you show me a PCI card with a clock port on it, I'll give you Solus PCI. Or even better, PCI Express clock port. Now, when I say Atari, I mean, like, you know, where is it? I can't, this is a very awkward angle. Yes, there's the Atari XL. And it doesn't really look like it, but that's a clock port for the Atari XL. Plugs into the PBI connector. But yeah, I've more interest in the 8-bit Ataris than the 16-bit Ataris. Oh look, there we go, terrible fire, stepping up. Excellent, excellent. PCIe clock port. I'll write the software. When I say that, I'll write the software. Yeah, I've never programmed anything that low level on Windows. Well, I say that I've programmed, I've bit banged parallel ports. How hard can it be? Anyways, la 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 la. Yeah, indeed. Okay, what was I even doing here? What's going on? Main loop. Why were we at main loop? Okay, Solus RTG. I think a Terrible Fire RTG is what we're looking for, really. So how do we set menu? How do we set? Okay, this is we're back to where we were. How do we set a menu item? I've gone through a whole can of beer and I still haven't solved this problem. Racist. Yeah. Cheers. Now, witness a rookie mistake. I only put 3 cans of beer in the fridge. I'm out of 3 cans of beer. Yes, I want to see the first 060 that has RTG and isn't a vampire. Yeah, RTG in a 1200 is old school. I've been doing it for the years. Yeah, I should. Warp 1260, yeah, Warp 1260 is also the Blizzard Vision. There's yeah, it's been done, but not on a 600. You know, I suppose it's a Pi Storm. Yeah, no, yeah, that's it. But yes, the Warp 1260 is a phenomenal bit of kit. It is sadly outside my budget because of my budget. It's an expensive bit of kit, but it is very, very fancy and very, very cool. And it's like, and as well as that, you know, these guys, they're machinists first and foremost. They do CNC stuff, and by God, the heatsink on that is a beautiful thing. Next time you get COVID, I'll see what I can do. Oh God, right. So yeah, still haven't solved the problem. How do we set a menu item to be? You know what? I don't care about the menu item thing. I'm gonna fix that some other time. The other thing I said I was gonna do with this stream, and that was 2-3 hours ago, was I'm going to set the tab so you can tab between fields. And that is just a whoa. What's oh yeah. Oh, look at that. Page up and page down if you have caps lock on. Oh my God. So, okay, so page up and page down has always been shift up, shift down, okay? But if you put on caps lock, it does the same thing. Oh, I'm loving that. That is, that's it. That's, sorry. Just had a thought. Maybe the setting the item doesn't work because an item has already been set and it's mutually exclusive. So if I take this, let me delete that and we'll make a copy of it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that none of them are set when the program starts. I mean, you say that, but you know, you're running it on a PAL CRT, so like 50 frames a second. Now, so there's nothing set. Basically, yes. So nothing is set. So why didn't it read? So if I set that to scan doubler set point 32. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to quit. Scan doubler, 32 degrees. Quit. Oh no, it's done this thing again. Syndicate, yeah. You know what? Syndicate is a clunky beast, and that was one of those games that, Jesus, that came alive when you got an accelerator. Really. But Syndicate, oh, that was a great game, and I got the mission disc as well for it that you had to send off to. It was never published, as in like you could never buy it in the shops. It was, I think, Amiga Format did it, and I got that mission disc, and Jesus, that was tough. Yeah, the warp is just a nice. It's kind of a luxury end. It's the luxury end. It is an everything box or an everything board. It does everything. But yeah, I think like the first time I played Syndicate was on a stock 1200, and it got to certain stages where you were getting, it was very, very slow, and it was like 1 or 2 frames a second, and it was so difficult to play. You couldn't play it. Dune 2 did the same thing. When you get in a really intense battle, and you can go and click, and then 3 or 4 seconds later it reacts to the click. You're like, no. This is just, you can't run a battle this way. Real time strategy, my arse. So I got an accelerator, and all of a sudden these games are like, this is great. It's not just 3D games. It's anything that's kind of strategy-ish. Anything that's not like a 50 frame or 25 frame shooter. Yeah, absolutely. Because I want to decode MP3s on a CPU from 1994. Because, that made sense to me back when it was my main machine. And I not only did I decode MP3s, I encoded MP3s. I've a load of stuff that's still in my playlist, still in my library now. I ripped on the Amiga and waited for hours for it to encode on my 060. Just to answer the question there, where's my mouse gone? Will all this result in a new Solus control tool? It probably not, because Solus control sets that address. The main fix was it will set the address, but I probably will release it all as a whole package, and I'm going to set the kind of tab, the tabbing between fields. I'm going to set that up in all the programs as well. Now, why did that have that same character? Now they think you've shunned them. You were encoding MP3s with an 020. Jesus. No, even I didn't do that. No, fuck that. That's insane. I'm gonna go and see if I have any cold beer. Because the beer is out in the conservatory. It's probably cold outside. I'm gonna see if there's any of it that's cold enough to drink. Back in a second. Okay, here's a weird one. Solus control stopped working for me. You developed that emergency settings script method to make my Solus working. Yes, I do remember that. shit. Yeah. How did I fix it? Oh, that's a MUI 5 thing, isn't it? MUI 5. Is that what you're running, Predzada? I would say that's probably the same problem that George was talking about earlier. Yes, that is a known thing. I haven't fixed it yet. Yes, drink. Now, here's the thing. Yeah, it's a weird thing. I went down and a while ago I was given like it just a box, and it was kind of it's a BrewDog mixed pack, and I assumed that would have like, it was like its normal size, kind of 12 cans or something like that. I've opened it up. Every single one in it is a Hazy Jane. Slightly odd. I was expecting it's like a selection box kind of thing. Oh, there, and the music came back. So, anyways, but yeah. So, Predzada, if it is a MUI 5 thing, I haven't looked at that yet. It is on my list. So I will have to. I'll have to figure that out. I don't really think I don't know this one. It's 5%. It'll do. But yeah, someone gave it to me for something. I can't. It's been out in the conservatory for a year. So what's the date on it? I can't decode. I can't decipher that date. I'm sure it's okay. Is it? I don't know if I know it. Ooh, that's fruity. New England IPA. Expired beer, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's perhaps fermented a little bit more, and it's increased beyond the label. Now, Paula and I just chuckled at the fact that we're spending a Saturday night watching you over a few drinks. That's a bit I don't know what to say to that. Like, I'm perfectly fine, random nerds watching me. You sitting down with your wife to watch me, it's just fucking odd. But hey, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Gay horse beer. I haven't tried either of those. The Barnard's Castle eye test. That was deadly. I'll have to look for that. The Windows 95 screensaver. Amiga had it first. That's the standard Amiga screensaver from OS 3.0, which is 1992. But yeah, I still have it on because some of these machines I do connect to my living room TV, which is a plasma, and so I do have screensavers on them just in case I forget about them. I end up burning something into the screen. Okay, that's okay. Well, hi again, Paula. How are you? Glad you could join us. What is a gay horse eat beer last year? See, Chucky, I got very, very drunk last year. I was terribly drunk. And, yeah, maybe I did. I don't know. But, thank you if you gave me one of them. Hi, Paula. Debating on whether to go further than that. Okay, so what happened there? There was no thing set. So now I have to run this again and see if it... Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. No, you see, now what's happened is it's not reading anything at all. So I have to set something, and now it finds it. Yeah, but plasma screens have phosphor as well. Now, the problem is, right, the plasmas were like the pinnacle of screens at one point in time. After CRTs. So each pixel on a plasma is essentially kind of the same thing as a little CRT. It's just a single pixel CRT. It fires electrons at the phosphors. Works exactly the same way, but you've got one of them for each pixel. So plasmas are awesome. They have an awesome picture, awesome contrast. They're just beautiful things. They consume so much electricity that the EU banned them. Well, no, they didn't ban them, but each pixel consumes a certain amount of electricity. So when 4K screens became a thing, they tried to make a 4K plasma, and the amount of electricity it used was way beyond the maximum that the EU would allow. It was insane. You're talking about kilowatt TVs, and so they decided to yeah, that's not going to happen. So basically they abandoned the technology, and now OLED is kind of in that sector, and OLED also burns. But you see, yeah, that is exactly why the UK left the EU. But yet, I still cannot buy a 4K plasma TV, and I'm in the UK. Yeah. But no, it's basically about the power consumption, and because a 4K TV has was it 4 times the number of pixels? Let me think. Like normal at 1920 is a 2K basically. So it's exactly 4 times the number of pixels. So it's 4 times the power consumption of a normal plasma, and a normal plasma is fairly heavy on the power because it heats the room. But the picture is glorious, and I'll be very, very sad when my plasma dies. It has been a beautiful TV for 15 years, and I'll be gutted now when it dies. Yeah, OLED doesn't burn, but the LEDs wear out, so the output per pixel per color slowly deteriorates, and so like there are mitigating things that they can do to kind of stop them, because it's a more controlled thing. But it produces like hundreds of watts of heat in the room, and it has cooling fans. Like my TV has cooling fans. Now, to be fair, they're big and slow and almost quiet, so you don't hear them, you don't notice them, they're fine. It's a beautiful TV, but like I bought it secondhand like 15 years ago, like from a guy who was big into his TV stuff, and Jesus, it's a beautiful thing. But I would be distraught if I burnt a workbench screen to that. I would be absolutely beside myself. I'd be like But yeah, if and when it dies, it'll be replaced by an OLED. But yeah, it's hopefully that won't happen anytime soon, because it's 1080p, but like a CRT, the pixels are rounded. You see, so you get this kind of like natural anti-aliasing effect, like you do with a CRT. So looking at individual pixels isn't so bad. So excuse me, it's not. You don't have the same contrast as you do between. If you look at a 1080p LED LCD screen and a 4K LCD screen, it's night and day. But a 1080p plasma looks better than a 1080p LCD. You see, so it's less of a need to upgrade. And that's impressive, to be fair. If you're running it and you don't have like the start button burned into it or anything like that, that's doing pretty well, Dart. yeah. This is the problem. I don't want to have the workbench or the like plasmas do a weird thing, whereas the longer you leave the image on it, a plasma will, I say burn. It has image retention, so it will retain an image after maybe 10 minutes. So if you watch a film, let's say, and you're watching it in widescreen, when you switch it off, you switch to something else, you can still see the bars of the widescreen on it, but plasma will kind of recover from that. But the longer you display the image, the longer it takes to recover. So it reaches a point where it'll take years for the plasma to recover, and therefore it's basically burnt. It's that's it. So I don't want to do that. But plenty of times I played games on it and had the the BBC logo or in the corner or something like that, and then it takes 10 minutes for it to go away or something like that because it's been on for 2 hours. But it's if yeah, I'd rather not have, especially the higher contrast makes it more apparent as well. But yeah, so anyway, that is why I have screensavers enabled on all my Amigas. Plasma, but it was like CRTs. It was a beautiful thing when it existed. Like all the good things, like Amigas, like Nokias, like all the good stuff. Like mini USB. Yeah. Yeah, it's special fire. It's like luxury fire. Yeah, I had a 21-inch Trinitron. Well, it was actually a Diamondtron monitor, and that's what I was using before I got this Dell one, and it was beautiful. You say that, but I've been wearing glasses since I was about 12. So I'm not. Yeah, well, yeah, and that's it. Yeah, I could be. That's another thing as well. The main reasons I have my Amigas connected to my Plasma are because I'm having a gaming night, and it's because someone, and I'll have a couple of the guys over from work or whatever, and we'll be playing Worms, or we'll be playing Skid Marks, we'll play Sensible Soccer, and then we'll all get drunk, and I'll just leave the screen on accidentally or something like that, and this is my fear. Now obviously that won't help when there's a game running. The screensaver won't help, but I have left it on the workbench screen while we discuss what we're going to play next, and then we just start chatting away, and then a half an hour later workbench is still there. So anyways, Sony monitor from Monaco. Oh dear, that's unfortunate because that's a beautiful thing. 4.3 or 5.4, 4.3. The one I had was 1600 by 1200, and it probably could have been repaired, but also my desk was like, it was bent from this monitor, which weighed about as much as me. It was like, I'm not messing. It meant, like to haul that monitor up the stairs was kind of like, do you want to give me a hand with this, because I can carry it just about, but if I misstep here, I'm going to kill myself. It's, yeah, I know, yeah. Like, I wonder where James gets it. Oh yeah, well, yeah, RTG is a big thing. Like, I'm doing this on real hardware, obviously. Let's see. You can actually see the real hardware. Where is it? There we go. There's my actual machine there, running some LEDs and various wires and things. So yeah, so I don't have RTG on that, but I normally would if I was doing it like stuff that didn't need this machine specifically, or I would generally be running RTG of some kind. Oh, it still works. Oh, that's good, because I automatically assume when a monitor gets shipped that the neck of the tube snaps off. That was actually not what I wanted to do. But anyways, yeah, like it was only Mitsubishi and Sony that had the really, really crisp Trinitron tubes, and they're beautiful. Good night, Stephen. Good night, Terrible Fire. Thanks very much, 07. If you've ever played Elite Dangerous, there's a funny thing to do, because this became a thing that like in the text chat, like 07, it's a salute, and people would do that to each other. The air traffic controllers literally say 07 Commander when you're signing off. Like it's the voice thing. It's like, it's just a genius little touch. Yeah, okay, yeah, good night, Darth. If you're heading off, thanks very much for dropping in. Yes, I will get to the bottom of this thing as soon as people stop distracting me. Oh, sure. No, I said it was going to be a casual stream. We're here for the chats, here for the beers, here for the programming. Well, that's grand. Good night, Chucky. Thank you for dropping in as well. Jesus, everyone's going. It's all right. I will sit here and chat to myself. Okay, so what happened here? So, taking away this item and making it... just providing it without being checked doesn't seem to pick it up. So, why is that not... Yeah, lightweights. Now, I'm saying lightweights. I'm going to be paying for this now at 7 o'clock in the morning when my son gets me up out of bed. Let's see what happens if I do that. Excuse me. Yeah, this is what happens. This is what happens. It's been so busy because... Excuse me again. I have had some Solus boards manufactured. This is what they look like when they come from the factory. How cool is that? It's like a slice of Solus boards. That's it. So all I have to do is put the connectors on them for the motherboard connectors, and program them. But I can even program them as they are in here with the well, one at a time. But isn't that cool? I've got a whole crate of them. So I'm working through them and I'm programming them and I'm adjusting them, and yeah, I will do it at some point. But yeah, there's a slice of Solus. As I casually throw it. But yeah, no, it's cool. They did, and they arrived in a big... do you need to do firmware flashes? Potentially. You have the most up-to-date firmware on yours now. So you're fine for now. You're fine for now, Dave. There's in the utility, in the software, there's actually a facility for updating the firmware. So this is actually an old firmware, and this is my development one. But if you go to advanced configuration, you go to board, you can update the firmware there. You just choose your file, and there's different firmware versions that are there, and you do that. Now it's very slow, but it works. You don't need any programmers or anything like that to do it. It'll just do it through software. Just make sure the Amiga doesn't crash when you're doing it. So don't run anything else while you're doing that. Yes, most people, to be fair, a lot of people in the chat do have the earlier boards. Dave is one of the few who has a new board. Yeah, no, you don't. It has software update. Yeah, I'll have to figure out what's going on with the Solus control for you, Predzada, and George. Sorry, that is kind of like slipped down the to-do list. But yeah, the software upgrade was kind of one of the first things I did, because I knew it was going to be a kind of a, to add more features and stuff like that. It's a complicated thing, but there's a bootloader on it that runs in the background and can flash the main firmware. So you can do that, and in theory it keeps your settings and everything. It should do. But if not, I always say to back up your settings just to be sure. But yeah, it works. I was kind of proud of that, actually. It works. There's enough flash space and storage on the microcontroller to be able to do that. Oh, I got followed. How do I read that? D13 TZ13. Thank you for the follow. I somehow missed that with all my drinking. But yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, so yeah, the only thing you're still here. Thank you. And welcome in. Good to see you. I'm using 3.8 on this machine. And that's all I've been aiming at, because it's kind of like the standard one. But I'll install 5 on this machine, and I'll figure out what's going on. Solus and drawers. What? But yeah. So Drawer Genie, is that what you mean? But yeah. So the only reason you'd need to flash the firmware manually is if something goes wrong during the software update, and it bricks it, and then you can always brick it. You can always unbrick it with the programmer. Now I'm only using one of these guys, like it's an old thing, but it has the ICSP port on it. That's what I use, and it just works. Solace and Drawer Genie, yeah. I mean, why? It already does LED reacting to the hard drive. Let me see. Let's have a look at that here. Here we go. So there's the LEDs. If I open a directory, it changes to blue and then changes to red again. There you go. So there's one of the LED strips suddenly becomes more active and suddenly starts a blue hissy fit. So you could say that that's kind of it, I suppose. Okay, so now, see, this didn't show the right title. So is this getting? I see what's happening. It's setting the screen. It's setting the window title based on the menu item that's selected. Oh yeah, sorry. I meant to answer that question earlier as well. So where can they be ordered from? They're not available yet. This is the first batch of commercial ones. I am working through the people who have asked me for them over the years. Jesus, yeah. I've worked through the backlog up until 2024. So everyone who asked me for one before 2024 should have one now. And now basically I'm working through anyone who's asked for one this year. So I'm still working through them, because they still have to be manually tweaked a little bit, but we're getting there. Here's one that has to be sent out on Monday. This one is that one's going to the Netherlands. But once that's all done, what I want to do is, I still want to handle it manually because each one can be kind of customized and stuff. But I'll probably put a configurator on my website so you can choose what options you want, and it will give you a price. But then just email that to me, and then I'll do it manually and get, send PayPal things manually just to make sure everything's okay. Because I'm just paranoid because there are so many different options. There are different versions of the Source board. There are different accessories, different cables that are needed for different things. So I'm just, I just want to kind of make sure that it suits before I send something out and have to get it sent back. Just because it's I'm just a bit paranoid about it. But that's the intention anyway. That's the plan. That's grown on me, actually. That's nice. No, it's a standard A1200 kit, which will also do the Checkmate, because it's a similar width and stuff like that. So it's more for people are buying them to go on Zorro cards and things like that, to not go on the 1200. So this one here is for a tower, and it has instead of having the ROM adapter, because the ROM adapter won't physically fit, it has a clock port cable. Because it has to be mounted kind of on the chassis of the tower somewhere else, away from the clock port. So it's just one of those things. So that one's going out Monday. That is for a guy in the Netherlands, I think, who's on the waiting list. So yeah, anyway, that's the situation. Now, so what's happening is, I think that is getting the window title set from the menu item. So when you start with no menu item set, it starts with a blank. Yes, they all have the fix for the timing fix that your one has now, George. Yes, they do. And with USB boards as well, or they should do anyway, in theory. Basically, yeah, it is just a male or female connector on the main port, but that's kind of that is the difference. And so what I did was, when I ordered them without that connector on it. So whenever I just make up, and from vaguely working through it, it's about like 4 or 5 to 1. Like I'd say 80% of people wanted a 1200 one, and then 20% of people want something else. So I'm just soldering them up like that. So there are 52 in existence, 52 Solus boards in existence. I remember that because I just did the serial number 52 today. There it is, 52. That is going to be on its way to someone in Germany. Again on Monday, I think. So that is that. And I just remember that because 52 is the number of the house I grew up in. But there you go. So what I need to do is I need to quit this. And yeah, it probably is. This one is 37 because that's the ones that have the cable mount on them are less common. So, so I only have a couple of them, and then oh yeah, B52. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, so the serial numbers are a little bit older on them. These other two are for people 45 and 46. Yeah, so basically anything above 46 is on my workbench at the moment being prepped or has already been sent out. Yes, I'm Immortal here is the whole reason that Solus exists, and he has serial number 01. 0001, yeah. It should have a serial number. If you want, I can look it up for you, Predzada. Yours must be in the 20s, I'd say, because it's one of the good ones, as in it has all the fixes. It's just slightly, it's only minor fixes at that stage. But I'm Immortal has one that won't work with certain configurations. Just flat out won't work. But thankfully his machine isn't one of those configurations, so it's all good. But I'm Immortal has serial number 0001. Let me look it up here, because I'm just keeping a track of the serial numbers of them. GDP or be damned. That's terrible. Oh God, where are we? Where is it? Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, you do have an early board. Sorry, yeah, you have serial number 3. It should have a serial number written on it, but yes, you have serial number 3, Predzada. So there you go. I think Amiga Bill has number 7. Immortal has number 1. I can't remember who has number 2. But yours, I thought you had a much later one. Yeah, well, that's what I have on my list. That's why I was like, where is it? But yeah, it must be. So it should be a revision 1.2. Okay, so that should still work. Andrew got the first 1.2. Yeah. Okay, so your one, we do need to know who has number 2. Okay, John McDermott. There you go. John McDermott has number 2. So another one of the Scottish Amiga guys. Yeah. So if you just put a pin into that place where the modulator used to be, that just still works so long as you have the capacitors. Did you get it recapped? And sometimes if you get it recapped and you don't have the modulator there, they won't bother putting back the capacitors that are related to the modulator. But there's one of those capacitors that's to do with the audio feed to the modulator, and if you don't have that, the audio feed won't work. Now it's just a matter of fitting the capacitor if that's the case, but it's just something to bear in mind. Was it on the TF? So was it knocked off it, or what was the story? Like when you say resoldered. Well, there is no board number. Oh shit! Where is my cable? There's no board 0 as such. Does this? Well, I suppose this counts. This board here has no serial number. It's because it doesn't have the space for writing a serial number on the back, and it is it's an earlier version of the, like, it can't even run the current firmware. It's just that's proper prototype. So that was that's a pre-prototype one. That's proper prototype stuff. So even when the chip shortage was going on, I couldn't even reuse that because I had outgrown that CPU, and I've harvested some chips off that. So some of the chips are gone off it. But I do have this one. This is my main kind of fucking about one. That's my P1. So that's prototype 1. And that is the one that's basically 0. That's the one that's before Andrew's one. That has a lot of patch wires on it. A lot of patch wires. Well, what I have on mine, Dave, is, well, I do have the modulator on mine, but I'll show you what I have on mine. You can see here, I have just soldered a pin, and I just use a DuPont cable, female to female, and that's it. So I can take it out completely. So it's just a single pin, and you could do that straight onto the motherboard. And then you just use, then you just got a pin to pin. You can completely remove it, and you just have a pin. Yeah, there you go. That's the way to do it, I think. So yeah, I thought you had a much later one than that, but okay. So there are some changes that have been made in recent times. So what the intention is in the future is that I want to change how the communication works, and to improve the speed and the reactiveness. Now, the older versions will still work. They just won't have the advantage of the faster communications. Now, there's no real need for faster communications, but one of the things that myself and Andrew were talking about recently was you can get LCDs that have little button panels on them. So to have for that feedback to get to feedback to get back to the OS, it's basically to have it interrupt driven would be the way, but you'll need a patch wire on that version of the Solus to be able to use that function. But it's not even a function yet, so I wouldn't worry about it. Predzada is from Czech Republic. Oh, don't shoot me if that's wrong. He was at Amiga Ireland one year, and he's one of the main guys on Lemon Amiga. An all-round good guy. There you go. Yeah, serial number 3. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, most people here are from are in the Scottish Amiga group. You see, that's how things work here. I'm just trying to think, who else have we got on the. Yeah, Amiga Bill's serial number is 7. Stephen Leary has number 9. Oh, sorry, number 10. And Connie Larson, who is the Bifrost guy, he has number 11. Now they were a special limited purple board that I did to match. Excuse me, as a kind of a thank you, because he was building a purple machine at the time. I did a small run of purple boards. But there you go. Anyways. Okay, so when this is checked, it starts up. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm going to fix that some other time. I think that's just a sort of a programmatical thing that I need to sort out. Anyway, but what I'm going to do is, I haven't given Chucky a pink one yet, but I will do. No, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give him a pink circuit board. John McDermott is number 2. Yeah, yeah, he's another member of the Scottish Amiga crew who lived just up the road from me. So early testers. You were a very early tester, it turns out. There you go. Yes, because now I remember. Yeah, because John McDermott. I don't think he was at 20. I don't think he was at Amiga Ireland. He was supposed to be, and he never. It turns out he couldn't make it for some reason. I don't think he's ever been to Amiga Ireland. I'm just trying to think. No, yeah, I don't think he has. Or maybe, I don't know. Yes, so Dave was talking about. Yes, he is, and he's another all-round good guy. That night, or that Amiga meetup where we all got hammered, was basically his doing, because he organized the hall in a local bowling club to him, and he was so he organized that, and so basically we had a bar available for the day, and yeah, it was probably no, it was a good time, but there were a lot of drunk people very early in the day. I think that was the same. No, it wasn't the same night that we got kicked out of the shed. Ah, Jesus, too many drunken Amiga nights. But anyways, guy with Canon camera. Who? Oh, was that the Sensible Soccer guy? That's Kenny, maybe. He's a photographer. Oh, fair enough. I'll have to ask him about that then. Next time I see him, I'm going to ask him about that now. Well, yeah, you know, John's a good guy. Anyways, okay, right. So where are we? We're going to ignore the menu issue. We're going to go back to what we said we would do and do a tab, like tab navigation. So where are we? What we need to do is we need to. So here we have alarms, and we do it in the alarms window. Yeah, seems so. Sure, it's a good little group. And actually, one of Pred Zeta's friends came to one of the Scottish Amiga groups. Do you remember the guy who was cycling across Scotland? Another Czech guy. Dermot O'Halloran. Yes, he's another photographer. He's a professional photographer. Kenny does video work, I think, but as a photographer on the side. But yeah, Dermot O'Halloran is a really nice guy. He's a lovely guy, and yeah, he took a load of. He was big into his photos. Kenny's like a bit of a Sensible Soccer legend. He also came over for the Scottish thing. He came over for the Scottish meetup there. Was it earlier this year? And he came over for the weekend because he has a cousin in Glasgow, and so we were hanging out for the weekend. But he came to the thing, won the Sensible Soccer tournament, and like won the mug, and went back to Ireland. Daniel did. Ah, okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking about in Ireland, at Amiga Ireland. Yeah, he was pretty handy at Sensible Soccer. He got to the semi-final, or did he get to the final? Yeah. No, he was cool. He was cycling across Scotland, and adjusted his plans to suit the Scottish Amiga meetup, which is fair play to him. So yeah, so he came to Glasgow and camped beside the canal outside Glasgow, which was not, it wouldn't have been my choice because there's all sorts of savoury characters hanging out along the canal. Yeah, the the trophy that I paid for, to be fair. But that's besides the point. Oh, there's a final. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Um, Kenny's like pretty impressive, and that's the thing. He's not even kind of a Amiga for the love of Amiga. He just loves Amiga for sensible soccer. The Neil and I donkey mug went for what? What? Hey, Jesus, this is a respectable version of this song, to be fair. For an Amiga mod. Is it an Amiga mod? It is. Jesus, someone's done a good job of this. You know, you get a lot of covers of dance music that are a bit meh. This was this is quite fancy. It's well done. You remember that live stream I had? Yes, yeah. Yes, I do remember. Oh, I see. And someone paid £210 for that mug. Now, I have to ask, is it dishwasher proof? Is someone after spending 210 quid for this picture on a mug, and now they put it in the dishwasher and it's like just a mug now? um, 90s music dance fans will and music people will kind of notice that this is the vocal on this is not even just a different key, it's a different fucking realm of music to the actual tune, and that's actually in the real one, but you don't notice it so much when you listen to it. But I was listening to a thing. There's an Irish DJ who does kind of does dance music with an orchestral backing and live vocals, and I heard her and her vocalist chatting about this, and the vocalist, who's a very good singer and does like musical theatre and stuff like that, she was saying that this was the hardest thing she had to do because it's just doesn't make sense musically at all, and you have to sing totally out of tune to make it work, but it just about works when you do, and when you hear it, and it's just wrong. And she was saying that the conductor wanted her to no, you're you have to fix this, you have to do this, and they had to persuade the conductor to just put up with it because it's just so wrong musically. Great tune though. Anyways, yeah, 90s dance music, big fan, big fan. I still feel like I should go clubbing, and then I go to a nightclub and I get kicked out, and it doesn't go well. But this is a very respectable cover version for an Amiga mod. I'm impressed. Now, yes, tab. Fuck, I can't remember. See, I just have it in my head as "Don't You Want My Love." I have to. The mod is "Don't You Want Me." Don't You Want Me? Human League? No, that is not it. Don't You Want My Love by Felix. Don't You Want My Love by well, okay, yeah. So it's a dance version of a 1979 disco tune, and the remix was done by Felix, by the sounds of things. Let's just stick this on. Watch the copyright strikes just roll in. Oh yeah, there we go. Tune. Anyway. Yes, there we go. Thank you. Yes, Dave, that is it. Bit rusty there. Or a bit drunk. Do you know what? I made a beer again. Am I going for another one? Do a bit more programming. Finally get this tab select doing. Or what time is it? Quarter to midnight. Are you sticking around for another beer? Saturday night? Yay or nay? Ah, go on, go on, go on. Right, Dave says so. Okay, back in a minute. Didn't take much persuasion. Oh, this room is toasty. Solus provides basic I2C host functionality. What is that then? That is... So, excuse me. So how far down do we have to go? So I2C or I2C or IIC, excuse me, is basically it's a communication protocol, a very very low level, sort of almost like serial, but in more modern terms, and it's for communicating between chips. Yes, indeed, aye, Captain. I'm gonna remember that now, actually. Yeah, so basically, it's a communication protocol. It's an electrical. It's like a serial protocol, but it doesn't define the standards of the connectors or anything like that. So if you look at a Solus board, you've got here. You've got an I2C, I2C port, okay, and basically, it's for communicating between different chips. But there are loads of different things that have I2C on it. It's used a lot inside equipment, So in terms, like, it's not the same thing. But if you think of, like, how a car would have CAN bus and different modules can communicate over CAN bus, it's a similar thing, just a simpler low level thing. But on Solus has that. Basically because the pins were there and they weren't doing anything. So I added support for them, and so you can access them. You can send messages along, like you can send I2C messages through AREX or from the Amiga side, but Solus can also do that. But that is what Solus uses for, and I'll show you now. Yeah, it's not going to show up well on the camera, but is you can see the little screen thing. You sure you saw it in person yourself anyway. The little screen. I'll do it this way instead. That's on the I2C bus. Um, but you can get it's kind of it's used a lot in hobby stuff as well, like Arduino kind of hobby kits and things like that. And so Andrew's one, I think, is the only one that or the only definitely the only person I've heard of that has it. But I put a little I2C sensor board that you can buy on eBay for a few quid. I put one in Andrew's machine, and it tells you like temperature, humidity, and atmospheric pressure, and it's just a little sensor on a board, and so I can read them, and you can read them through the software. So that's all it is. Um, it's kind of an emerging standard for a few things now, and on the Amiga there is like it's kind of a there's a standard I2C library, and it gives software low level access. So if you have hardware, you can if you have the hardware you can if you copy in the kind of the I2C library, then whatever software was using it can then access your hardware. But I think it needs a sort of a second layer, because that's a kind of a very low level thing, and it means you can only really have one I2C host on the machine at a time. Yes, it's magic. It is. It's a very cool. It's a very robust, very cool protocol. It's nice, and it runs at a couple of different speeds. It's a lovely little protocol, and it just you can buy screens, you can buy sensors, you can buy switches, you can buy all sorts. But it's used for a lot of stuff, and it's used internally in a lot of things. Like it's used as kind of like sideband kind of stuff. So if you have a main cable that's carrying the data, you might have or the data, you might have an I2C bus alongside just for controlling. Like I'm trying to think, does HDMI have I2C on it or something like that? But anyway, it's basically that idea. It's a kind of a lo-fi communication protocol that works in kind of all sorts of different circumstances, and it's very kind of very versatile, robust, and it's built into the chips that I was using, and the pins were spare, so I said I'd put them to a header, and now lots of people are actually using it for sensors and screens. But the thing is the bus, so you can plug something into it, but you can daisy chain them. Each one has an address, and you can have like 255 devices on it, I think. Um, yeah. So oh, fancy case stickers. Oh, yes, that's a nice idea. That's a nice idea. The Solus logo doesn't lend itself well to being cut out, because you're going to end up with like 7 separate little stickers. um, but yeah, that's an idea. Yeah, I will. But yeah, I like um, if you look at the Solus logo, it's kind of made of a lot of separate pieces. So I think that makes it kind of nasty. But I might actually send him a message and see, because what's the logo like? If you look at the logo, it's never going to focus. It's not going to focus. Don't care. Done. If you, it's not. I'll talk to him and see if there's a way of kind of like having it on a separate film. I don't know. I presume there must be. I suppose, but that's yeah, it's a good shout. Good shout. Something to put in the box when I send them out. Great call. You'll get the first one if I do it. The middle part, just you know what the I'm sure I have a thing. Hold on a second. I'm sure I have let me see. Oh, that's a horrible screen that I used for something else. But there's the logo. You can see it, right? It's broken lines everywhere, even just the middle bit. Yeah, that would be cool for a logo. My wife, when she saw this logo, I had designed this logo, and I kind of like, okay, this is what it looks like. It's a string of LEDs. One of them's lit up. Solus in nice kind of all with rounded edges and stuff like that. And then I got the boards made with this logo on them. And when my wife saw the logo, she said, "That looks like a Mexican guy who's going bald." Yeah. Um. Oh dear. And now I can't unsee it. But it's too late now. The boards are made. So, anyways, there you go. Where were we? Yeah, the middle part. Yeah, is the LED part, I suppose, or the lit up one. Okay, now I need to look at the programming documentation for MUI. Please tell me I have it on this machine. It did work. All files. Oh no, I don't have it on this machine. The MUI auto docs. I hate to Google this off screen, but I just have to find out the so there's a property basically that you have to set, and that gives you the tab order. There's a property of the area. Cycle chain, is that it? Okay, so all I have to do is set MUIA cycle chain to 1 for every object. Okay, that sounds simple enough. That is different to how I did it before, but you can set the order, I think, and that's the key thing. Oh, now I've lost you guys. Where are you guys? There we go. Sorry, it's just too many beers in. Yeah. Well, you know, this is it. It's a casual stream here for the chats as well as the beers and as well as the programming. So, you know, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me for the evening. Yeah. You know, if I was here by myself and I wasn't streaming, I wasn't chatting, probably would have been a half an hour's job. But you know what? I'm having fun. That's the thing. Okay, so where did that go? So I need to set add tags. So in Blitz basic terms, right, you can set tags up where alarm temp, input mode. So you can add tags to a particular object. So you by using the add tags command. So you get the object name or the object number, and then tag value. And tags in Amiga terms are like they're vectors, I suppose. But you got a tag and a value, and a tag itself is just a number. Yeah, indeed, I would have had everything fixed and finished before I started drinking, and none of this would have happened. But yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. Jesus Christ, what's that? 120 messages on my phone, and that's probably mostly Scottish guys talking shite. Oh, there's still plenty of time. When you start messing with MUI, still plenty of time for messing for crashes and stuff like that. So we're going to add a tag on here, which is what did I say it was? Oh, MUI attribute, not DMs, just chats. It's I think it's mostly the Scottish guys on WhatsApp. I haven't. My phone's over there. I don't know. tune. So where cycle chain. Cycle chain. I should remember that. And just set that to 1, and it says MUI will do the rest. So let's see if that is actually true. Let's copy and paste that. So we're adding these tags to the sliders. Oh, we should also add the tags to the check mark. Add tags. Temp to enable. And the tag is cycle chain 1. So that's on the check mark. Temp 3. Temp 1. Now, let's see. This will either work or it'll crash horribly on its arse. It's very reminiscent of Wipeout. Cold storage. Hasn't crashed. Oh, my text is fucked, but that's fine. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for, if we go into the alarms panel, do we have tab control? We do. Look at that. How do we change that? Oh my god, I can change it with the keyboard. Oh, it's a bit slow, but oh, you press space, it sets it to 0. Okay, and you can use the arrow keys to adjust it. Sweet. Okay. Jesus, that was easy. I've been 3 hours trying to do that. Yeah, the labels aren't broken. That's the communication to Solus is kind of a bit funny with the timing. So it's reading like can doubler. It's reading the labels wrong from the firmware, and that's one of the issues that I want to fix by doing it interrupt driven, because at the moment it's all polled communication, and so interrupt driven I want to introduce at some point. Early boards don't have the interrupt line connected, but I will deal with that at a later time. So this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier. It's one of the features I want to introduce at some point. Excuse me. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add it to the main window of this. Oh, damn it. Too much beer. Excuse me, sorry. So, main label. Add the cycle chain. Now, the only thing I can remember from doing this a while ago is that you need to add and cycle chain. Maybe that's all I need, because there's only one gadget in there that you can adjust. Oh, what was I saying? Yeah, yeah, that is a feature that I want to add, to have it interrupt driven, and that will mean that early boards should still work, but they won't. Yeah, they'll occasionally have this kind of glitch in the communications. I don't know why it does that really, although I'm running quite a lot on that Solus board. So basically, from an architectural point of view, Solus has a reasonable amount of CPU time on board. It's running, I think, 32 megahertz, and it's a nice microcontroller. Has some very cool things, like it can do an 8-bit multiply into a 16-bit number in a single clock cycle, which is awesome. So it doesn't have an FPU, you know, for FPU fans out there, but it has some very fast multiply routines. You like it's just like a single clock cycle at 32 megahertz, and it does a multiply. It's mental. It's cool. It's awesome. I was waiting on it. I'll work on it for the next version. You'll be able to plug an FPU in there. But like the speed it can do certain functions like that it has its own separate. It's not an FPU, but it's like a. It's for microcontroller functions. Like it's a kind of they've really optimized this thing, and it's a lovely. I love programming PIC chips. It's a lovely architecture, but it has a certain amount of CPU time, and it is managing the LEDs quite manually. Yeah, an FPU activity light. Yes. So, but yeah, so every time the LEDs get updated, it needs to do this kind of. It's a very time critical cycle, and so time critical that I had to do it in assembly because even the compiled C couldn't meet the timing requirements. So it's done in assembly, does it fine, but whenever that update happens, it has to pause communications to the Amiga, and sometimes that causes a problem. It just kind of, the Amiga just like doesn't like it, and I will sort it out in a. You can sort it out by like lengthening the cycle times and stuff like that, but like occasionally you just get like a bad character, and when it's reading it takes that as being a new line or as a new field or something like that, and that's what's happening to the labels there. They're just not being read correctly from the firmware. But there are a couple of people who have TF1260s with red LEDs on them, little ring of fire on them, and not many people have them, but they do exist. I don't have one. I have a TF1260 that's a spares bin TF1260 that Stephen dropped up to me one day and said, "I'm not even sure if this works. Here you go, you can have it." Right, cool. Here's a Solus. Not sure if this works either. And that's how it works. But so I bought an LC060 on eBay for 30 quid, and that's where this TF1260 came from. But yeah, there are some TF1260s that have like red little like red LED chain on the bottom that just runs around in a circle. It's the ring of fire, and there's only a few people who have them. I think Chucky is one of them, but I don't even think he uses it because now he uses a pink one. But there you go. Okay, so let's say, I don't like not having magic menu. So really, well, yeah, it's probably not due to being an LC, because this is an LC that I'm using at the moment. Let's do the whole where's OS 3.2. I have all the different OSs on this. No, not that one. Tools, show config, LC 060s, and yeah, there you go. So because I don't need an FPU, to be fair, and at the time a revision 4 CPU was going for about £30, and a revision 6 CPU was going for like £250. I'm like, yeah, so there you go. Oh, also, it's possibly the only TF1260 in the world that has 64 megabytes of RAM, because they're the chips that Stephen had lying around on his desk at the time. But yeah, anyways, yes, maybe I do want an FPU, but I don't really. I genuinely don't. Because so I bought this and definitely didn't want to spend an extra £230 just for an FPU. I assume Rev. Yeah, I would imagine he gave you an 060 if it costs like more than 50 quid. Well, the Rev 5 is decent enough as well, because I think they can handle a bit of overclocking, but they're a lot hotter than the Rev 6, and that's why the Rev 6 is so expensive. It's mental. It's like it's nonsense. So yeah, I don't have a Rev 6. I probably never will. I have a few Rev 1s, and I have a Rev 4, which is in this machine. I have a Rev 1 and an Amiga 2000. That Amiga 2000 has a Rev 1 060 in it. You can do it with there's a CPU query command in the I think in the MMU libraries. I'm nearly sure there's a command in there that'll give you the revision. But if not, like there's one of the benchmarking programs, or if you have 3.2, the show config program will do it as well. And that'll tell you what revision it is. But obviously, the machine has to be running at the time. Yeah, you can check the mask number, and I would be making it up if I tried to say. But if you Google enough, you'll find the mask revision, which is on the case. It's 4EJ, but I could be making that up. If it starts with 4EJ, I think it's a Rev 6. But Chucky will tell you off the top of his head. It's probably the quickest way of finding out, because he'll have tested every single one of the CPUs that he sells, because he's not going to sell you some random shit like. So he has an accelerator that has a ZIF socket on it, so he can just drop a CPU in, close it, test it, open it, drop another CPU in, close it. So he's not like pounding it into the sockets. Like I thought my PCB was going to break putting in that 060, because the socket's also a dodgy socket that it's not a proper CPU socket. It's two PCBs with some single pin connectors hammered into it. It's terrible, but it works. Like, it clearly works. There is an FPU emulator. Yes, there is. 71EJ41J. I knew there was a J in it somewhere. Very good. Thank you, Dave. Okay. Well, so maybe there was something else going on then. That being the case. But yeah, it could also have been a dodgy CPU, of course. But anyways, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say source temps. Oh yeah, sorry. I was going to check if that created the tab completion and the keyboard control for the main window. We'll have a look at that now. By the way, there's a retro computer games fair in Glasgow tomorrow all day in Bellahouston, which is just around the corner from where I live. Last couple of years it hasn't been great. It's just kind of like, it's stalls of people selling, console games basically. But because it's just around the corner, I'm going to go to it anyway. Just in case. Usually, Forgotten Worlds. They usually have a stand there and stuff like that. Like, it's not that. I don't know how many Glaswegians are still on the stream, but I'll pop along to it anyway. So anyway, what were we going to check? We're going to check if we can. Oh, we can. Look at that. Yes, keyboard control. Yeah, if it wasn't around the corner, I wouldn't bother, to be honest. It's not make a day of it and go to Forgotten Worlds and see everything. You know what I mean? Because what they'll have is their portable selection at these fairs. It's the same thing that they go down to London with and stuff like that. So it's not as big a deal. But like, I will stroll around the corner tomorrow with James, and he can spend his money on a couple of Wii games. It's fine. It's great. Okay. Right, I'm gonna call that finished, but I still have to fix the bug with the menu items. I know it's not MUI related or not um, Magic Menu related. Buy a Kirby figurine. Yes, I could do. To be fair, my son is a big fan of Kirby. He is in the next room with a whole heap of, including he has. It's kind of niche. He has a the from Zelda the various Zelda games. There's Koroks, which are like the forest spirits, and they're basically like sort of a piece of a tree with a leaf and a face drawn on it. And he has a teddy of one of them, and I love this because it's such a niche kind of plush to get. And my sister bought it for him, and he's like, "Oh, I love this Korok." Yeah, Kirby is awesome, and it's one of those things that kind of like, it was never a big thing. Well, it was okay. It was never like a massive thing. It was known, but to me, like when I was growing up, Kirby was always kind of like one of those weird things that, oh, it's a Japanese game. Everyone plays Mario and Sonic. Excuse me, and FIFA, and that was it. But Kirby games are brilliant. And that's Kirby. If for anyone who hasn't played them, is like you take the Nintendo polish and the Nintendo kind of paradigms, I suppose. But it's like the Nintendo attitude, and then you just kind of take away any kind of notion of making it kind of semi, based on reality. Like Mario, he's a plumber. There are pipes, and he goes around and things like that. It all goes out the window with Kirby. It's just like nonsense. Here's a floating random shaped thing, and you can inhale that and spit it at another floating random shaped thing to kill it. Like, what the fuck? It's absolutely brilliant. You can hold your breath and you float, and if you inhale a bad guy, you can do the bad guy powers. It's kind of like, okay, we're gonna let the designers off the leash, and you, like, basically proper Nintendo guys in the 90s, what game do you want to make? Go nuts, go fucking mental, and this is what they came up with. It's bonkers. And in a lot of the games you've got like a sidekick, and the sidekick kind of like follows your things. They can inhale things. It's a whole world that I think a lot of Western gaming didn't really get into. And it's like I may be doing a disservice by putting it in the same block as Mario, because it's not. It started off as a platformer, and now it's a 3D platformer, and that's about as far as the comparison goes, because it is not Mario. It is very much not Mario. It's mental, but it's cool. And my little guy just like, oh yeah, this is great, this is awesome. And now he's got a couple of the games on the Switch, and he's put a couple of Kirby games on the Santa list, and you're like, cool. So on the Switch he'll play the SNES version of Kirby, I think Kirby 3. And just to think that game was released 2 years in Japan, 2 years after the PlayStation came out in Japan. It was released for the SNES, and it's still sold. Like, that's mental. It just shows you the kind of the bonkers idea and the gameplay that is involved, that it gives you. Like, it's just cool. But you can see that they're pushing every last ounce out of the SNES to make that game. Anyways, where were we? Let's what were we doing? I can't even remember. Jesus Christ, guys, stop distracting me. Are we calling? Okay, yeah, we've got keyboard control Solus Temps. We're going to call that. Now back to the original bug I had. Solus Check. This didn't work. So if we watch, Solus Check is a CPU or is a shell program. I want to open that because in 3.2, when you open a new shell, it takes on the window that was open. Didn't work because It's the actual execute command that gives it. Oh, that's. I'm not sure I like that. I thought it got it from Workbench, but it gets it from the execute command dialog requester. Anyways, so what is it called? Solus check. No Solus board address set, and this one didn't have an address argument. And this is mainly a debugging program. And if anyone has a problem with Solus check, okay, we're here. yeah, something like that. Yeah. I'm gonna look into it. Actually, you know what? My sister has one of those cry cut things. She pronounces it cricket. I don't think that's it. She's dyslexic, so I'm gonna. Well, I shouldn't be dismissing her really, but a cry cut. It's like it's like a 3D printer, but it has a blade. So it cuts. It cuts paths through vinyl basically, or through plastic, or through through paper or whatever. And she uses it for making decoupage displays and things like that. And it's quite cool stuff, to be fair. But I'm gonna get her to make one or two. Oh, he has one. Well, it is a plotter, but if you imagine a plotter with a scalpel blade on it, and you can also twist the scalpel blade, so it goes and it follows. The blade twists depending on the direction. It's a plotter with a scalpel on it, basically. Yeah, and it can. She does that, and she does that with like iron-on t-shirt things, and she does that with cardboard, and she does it with like vinyl stickers. So I might get her to do a couple of them anyway, and just see how it turns out. And then I will talk to I'll talk to Dan Retrified and see if he can do a batch of them. But yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, I think that's a nice idea. I just feel sorry for the 52 people who have already had them, but I'll send them out. I'll post them. Little letter with a little surprise. Okay, so Solus check is not picking up the address. So let's go Solus check and let's see where. Please send your self-addressed envelope to PO box, whatever. The problem is, it does actually have an address argument. Okay, so what's the problem here? What's the problem? Oh, I'm starting to get flashbacks here. I think. Are you going, Dave? Good night. Thanks for dropping in, and thanks for hanging out. It's been awesome. I'm getting flashbacks here. Have I fixed this program before for someone? Oh yeah. Sorry, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Predzada, good night. Sorry. Thanks for dropping in. And sorry, I'm at the point where I can only read 2 lines. But yeah, no, thanks. Good to chat with you, and I will. I'll talk to you soon, I'm sure. Take care. Good night. Yeah, that's my attention span is like closing down. Okay, so where am I getting the address from? So fix for oh yeah, no, I fixed this manually by adding an address argument because someone was trying to solve this problem and I couldn't get it to work, and I ended up adding a thing to set the address manually. Now I know what the problem is. So we're going to add a... Now, I'm being presumptuous here by putting in the history before I've even done it. But I bet you this is reading in the same way. So where's the get env or get var call? Get var. Look, -1. There you are, you bastard. 10. Now, just to make sure that address is assigned more than 10 bytes, or 10 bytes. Yep, there we go. That is it. Simple as that. Simple as that. Let me create executable. Source check. Okay, that's the right one. Sorry, I wanted to create a minimize executable. Oh yeah, let's bump this up to 0.4. What are we? Oh, look at this. The 3rd of November. Yeah. So I worked around this problem for someone. I can't remember who that was. But it wasn't Fred Zeta. Oh, he's gone now. Create minimized executable. And that should fix address env reading. We'll try it now in a second. We're getting there. Does the source have to be assigned to one thermistor only? It can be told to use the highest of 2 readings. It can be told the highest, as far as I can remember. Let me just check that, because yes, you can definitely set the highest of 2 or the highest of all the readings in the Source temp software, but I think that's a setting that I need to add to Source control actually, because I don't think Source control has that. Let me check that in a second. I'm gonna check this. Source check. Hey, there we go. Boom. It's working. Fixed. And potentially, yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. So if you go in here, fan controls, manual, yeah, sensor 1, 2, 3 or highest. If you set it to highest, then you can set the set point to 50 degrees, and whichever temperature hits 50 first will be used, and that's it. So you can do it that way. But when you do that, when you do change that setting, you have to choose apply current settings. Fan speed. See, when I have it set to highest, a set point of 50. Okay, yeah, so, but it is trying to reach a fan speed of 100%. I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, so my, if I look at here, sensors, I've set the names of them here. Now you only have a certain number of characters, so that's why scan doubler is spelt like that, and heatsink. But and the reason for that is, well, it's basically a RAM limitation on the microcontroller, but also because of the LCDs. Why is that trying to reach 100? See, the problem is that because it's a PID controller, it kind of keeps track of the error, and then tries to make up for the error later on. The error between I can't control the temperature, so therefore I'm going to apply more and more power to the fan until the temperature comes under control. Now, for the last couple of hours, I've been running the board, and it hasn't. You know, the fan's just not connected. So yeah, so it it's not playing ball. So if you try to set the fan manually, it will because this will update based on what the board is saying, and you can't manually set the fan when it's set to one of the sensors. So if I set it to sensor 1, the sensor readings are a little funny, but 41 degrees. Sensor 1 is the scan doubler. I'm going to set it to the heatsink, which is sensor 2. It should drop down. Are you going to drop it? There we go. Yeah. So our set point is 50. Set point is, or the actual temperature sensor is, don't mind the 41 reading. It's just mirroring that one. That's a problem with the reading rather than anything else. 37. So if I set that to 36, now the fan will start to kick in to try and keep it under control. It's going to waver a bit and it's going to settle on a value. And also the minimum fan speed, this needs to be set basically because it's using DC control. It's basically changing the amount of power available to the fan. Now, when you drop the power down into one of these fans, they start to make a bit of noise and start to kind of get a bit squeaky and graty. So usually that's around like sort of 20% or so. So to avoid that, if you set that to, let's say, 20%, what'll happen is when the computer decide, or when the module decides that it should be below 20%, it just shuts down the fan altogether. So the fan kicks in once it reaches enough demand for 20%. And that's what the minimum fan speed is about. Keep fan on, just changes that behavior so that when it reaches 20%, it stays at 20% and doesn't go any lower, even if it needs lower. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So once it's silent, what you want is that, because a fan will get slower and slower and slower, and then eventually it'll get to a point where it just goes, and that's what you don't want that. But anyways, there you go. So the fan's kicked in again, and now I have no fan connected to this, so the numbers are going to be going all over the place. But what it should do is should go up, and it should settle down quite gently to a value. If you really want to, the PID things there, you can read up about PID controllers and decide this is like proportion, integration, differentiation, and this will decide how the fan reacts to things. I tried to explain it in the manual, and the only reason I have those kind of like publicly settable or user settable is because so many people have so many fans are so different, and so many people will have so many different fans that you could never set like a reasonable set of values that covers everything. So every fan is going to be different, or someone's going to have a cheap like €10 fan, someone's going to have like a €50 Noctua fan, and they're going to behave very differently. And that's the intention there. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So that's all it's doing, and but just some fans might go to 5 volts, some fans might go to 7 volts, some fans might go to 3 volts, and that's it exactly. Yeah. So if you can set the voltage, that's it. I didn't try setting voltage values because it's actually a PWM output that I convert to analog for the fans. And I think for Solus 2.0, I'm going to use the PWM output to control the fan directly. But for it, you don't really get that many 5-volt fans that have PWM inputs, and a lot of existing hardware like has CPU fans that are just basically DC fans. So to control the speed of them, they don't have PWM inputs. So that was the intention. So I might, at some point, maybe have a software selectable, is this a PWM fan or not, kind of thing, or even detect the fan type. But because that would be much better. But yeah, for now that's not how it works. But anyways, there we go. So Solus check has been fixed. Test failed. Yeah. Because yeah. Ooh. Success. Failed. Yeah, you see, this is the problem when you're updating the LEDs. How many chips do you think need monitoring? Really, Alice, is the Alice is the critical one. I think it gets a bit hotter than all the others, and it fails more often than the other chips, and that is why it fetches a really high price on eBay, which is unfortunate. Like the Alice chip is kind of like probably the rare one in terms of 1200s are. In, um, but like the Alice chip, it doesn't need a heatsink as such. I don't know what you can tell from that temperature, because if it's going much higher than normal, then it's probably already failed. I yeah, I don't know. Really, the CPU, if you got an accelerator, and if you got like I've just put that in there as a kind of a like the scan doubler, because the scan doubler chips tend to get very hot. But you could just put it at the sort of the back and have it as an ambient temperature sensor. As in it's not a particular chip; it's just an overall case temperature. That's also an option. But the what chips does my scan doubler go on? Is it the same kind of scan doubler that I have? As in, is it two? I'm pointing at the thing. Obviously, you can't see the mouse pointer. So I've got this. This is the one. I think this is the original. Kind of. I think you've got a copy of this one, like or a re-engineered version of this one. Now, if I put my finger on this, like that's as far as it goes, and it start to burn my finger. And there's a little cover that goes on the Alice chip there. So it takes the sync signals from here, and then it goes and sorts it out there. But that's Scan Magic. That's probably it. Yeah. Yeah, I would say it's the same thing. So see, the sensor's just like light floating around there, but I put it on that chip there because that's quite a hot one. But again, it's not like you can do anything if the temperature gets too hot. It's more of a kind of an interest point, really. Which scan doubler? You have both of them. Oh no, that one. Yeah. Okay, so what was the next program that was broken? Solus Host. Solus Host. Yeah. Solus Host. Now, I'm just going to check for -1 because I know you'll be there somewhere. Will you be? Look at that. There you are, you bastard. Aha. Yeah, so one of them, I think this is the plus, or the equivalent, and it has the flicker fixer in it, and there's the normal one doesn't have a flicker fixer, but still it just doubles the frequency, like, so it doubles every line. So for a 15 kilohertz image, it takes a line, doubles the line, puts it out again. That's all. It's just line, repeat the line, repeat the line. So you get a 30 kilohertz output, exactly double the frequency. It's actually a very simple device, really. It just needs a high speed line of RAM and needs to output as well. So but the flicker fixer is different because that's obviously has a full frame buffer in it, and it has to store the whole, or a half a frame, so it has to store 200 lines or so, and so it has to do that and then output that all in one go. But yeah, it does. You could put a heatsink on Alice, and it probably would prolong the Alice life. I haven't bothered. Like, as in, like, if you look again, where's my thing gone? Dun, dun, dun. No, Jesus, what's that? What the fuck? There we go. Okay, so you can see Alice there. There's a hole in the middle of the board. You could put a little round heatsink on it. there's nothing on that board except for the two lines that connect to these two wires. So you could even hack that out bigger if you wanted a bigger square heatsink on it. But that's it. Okay, so let's just double check to make sure that our address string, this looks like the same kind of chunk of code that's been used in everything. What the fuck is this music? So let's make sure we have 10 bytes assigned. Max len address string is 10. Yeah, so I think we're good here. Oh, 3rd November 2024. It's almost a year ago since I last updated the software. Yeah, no, I know it's after Halloween. No, yeah, I'm not having this. People say like once Halloween has happened that you can have Christmas. I'm like, no. Oh, Rom, welcome in. How are you? This is nonsense. Oh, I'm nearly out of beer again. But George, good night, and yeah, thanks for dropping in, and I'll see you again. Am I going for another beer? Yay or nay? Oh, fair enough. I do that a lot, and I feel bad because I'm often like just lurking on streams, and I'll be coding away on something, and yeah, yeah. Good night, George. I'll be coding away, or I'll be working on something, and I'll have a stream open, and the entire stream will pass by, and I won't have said a single thing. Kind of like, oh, you know. But yeah, there you go. But I'm glad you're here. Glad you're lurking. So let's have a little vote. Am I having another beer or not? I have empty cans everywhere. Another beer it is. Right. Oram has spoken. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, well, don't go before I say goodbye, Dave, but sure, I'll be back in a minute. I won't. I ran up the stairs with this one, so I don't know what it's going to be like when I open it. Actually, I was given out about this, saying that it says on the box it's going to be like a selection of different cans. This one has guava written on the bottom. It looks the same from the top. I don't know what they're doing here. Anyway, we'll give it a go. But yes, good to see you in Oram. Thanks for joining. Oh Jesus, this is very sweet. Ah, I see. They're all variations on the Hazy Jane theme. Okay, I see what you're doing here, Brewdog. You indie corporate bastards. It's like it's a tropical fruit. But that's what it tastes like. Let's see, what is it? So which one is it? It's a oh, there are lemon guavas and apple guavas. Yeah. So I have a thing with my little boy who is 7, and when we go, you know, basically to try and get him eating more fruit and veg, and I think it has worked, to be honest. When we go shopping, I would say to him, "You pick something here that you haven't tried before, and we will cook it and we will eat it, or we will eat it." And so he is a big fan of all the fancy fruits and that you can whatever whatever happens to be in that's an unusual fruit. He'll go like, "Oh, I haven't seen that before. What's that?" I was like, "That's a passion fruit. That's a dragon fruit. Whatever." So okay, let's get one of them then, and we'll try it. And so he's been having all sorts of different squashes and things like that, and yeah, and so he's a big fan. I've had that before, probably as a result of this kind of what the hell is this? But it's a bit sweet for a beer, to be honest. But I'll drink it like. It's a video done. Oh, what? Oh dear. If it's not tenants that don't want to know. They couldn't manage to name a pineapple. What? Oh, pineapples are great. So Sullus host, I think, is fixed, is it? Did I say that was fixed? Let's compile it and see if it works. Create minimize executable. That's fucking mental. It's mental. Because, pineapples are very early in the little lad's repertoire. When he was young, you'd be giving him chunks of pineapple to suck on. And today, for a snack, he requested ham and cheese toasty with pineapple on it. Yep. Fair play to him. I didn't have any pineapple to give him, but it was an awesome idea. Now, Sullus host, has that worked? Oh, there we go. It's working. Cause there it is. Sullus host. Now, Sullus host is kind of like a background program that'll like a commodity in Amiga terms. Oh, I'll change the copyright thing now. And all it does is sit in the background, and it offers an ARX port, so other programs can send messages to Sullus and get it to either change the LEDs or put a message on the LCD or do things like that. So that's what that's for. So that's fixed. Where's my copyright? Where do I have that about requester? Main loop, probably. Main loop. Month names. Yes. Quality. I should really do some what's it called? Some localization of these programs. Let's see, what are we doing? Main loop. Where's my about? Oh no, it won't be an about actually. So it'll be commodity declaration. Where's the commodity declaration? Commodities. There we go. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, you should have a Scottish version. Yeah, that would be awesome, actually. I've done a couple of programs to have localization. I remember drafting a guy in from work, a Polish guy, to do Polish localization on what was it called? SMB mounter. And so it basically I was showing him what it was, and he's never used an Amiga before, and he's an IT guy, and he's like, oh, what's the story here? And So I was, you know, he's kind of trying to type the Polish characters and stuff for that, and it was all a bit of a mess. But then I said, like, look, you know, hold on a second. I think I can do that. You know, inserting keys and copy and pasting from funny characters from the internet and stuff like that. So I said, right, look here, and I set the keyboard to the Polish layout, and then he just started typing, and it just worked. I'm like, fucking hell, that's awesome. You know, it's kind of I know it's like it's kind of like a given on the mainstream platform, but you don't really expect that on the Amiga. But anyways, yes. So I've done some localizations on things. 2022 to 2024. 2022 to 2024. That'll do. That's probably Solus host done. Let's create a minimize executable. Sure, we're making great progress now after 4 hours of talking shite. Solus host. Oh, no, that quits it. Let's run it again. I didn't need to close that window. There we go. That's it for now. Let's see. What else have we got? What else was in there? Oh, I closed the window. Ah, why would you do that, Rob? Why would you do that? What else have we got? Solus Temps, Solus Enviro. Solus Enviro. We already fixed Solus Temps. So Solus Enviro is the last one. Ah. Go away. Solus Enviro basically is a program that only Andrew ever runs because he's the only one who has a humidity sensor in his machine. I think if I have one, I'll show you what it does. Actually, do I have one of the sensors? These are my Solus boxes, full of glorious things like LED strips. And there's an actual Solus. LCDs. Okay, I have two of them. One's pressure and one is pressure and humidity or something like that. Well, you know what? I actually not long ago bought one for my attic here because I always knew the attic was damp, and now I kind of like I actually want to like just see just how damp it is, and it's like sitting at like 72-74%. And I'm like, okay, well at least I know now that it's fucking soaking up there and I can't put anything up there. It wasn't just a kind of a feel. But I'm worried for everything I have stored up there. Now, part of the reason all this racking is here is because a lot of my retro stuff is stored here. I've got my Game Gear and stuff up in that corner, and that's my original Game Gear from back in the day. I bought that with my confirmation money. And it's broken, it needs to be recapped. But I had it up in the attic, and I was up there like another time, and the card, it's the original box, and it was kind of like starting to feel a bit damp, and I was like, oh fuck, the box is already knackered. Now it wasn't in great condition anyway, but like the you know, it's not good to be, it's not good to make it worse just by leaving it there. my confirmation name is Laurie. Lauri. There you go. Really? Bernadette. Yeah, Laurie. Yes, Lauri is like not Larry, but Laurie, and that is my grandfather's name because he was born in 1934, and that is when Pope Laurie was in Ireland. Something like that anyway. Yeah, so basically there were a load of people born in 1934 named Laurie. And that's where that came from. Yeah. I'm immortal. Thank you, Andrew, for joining in. Thanks for joining me, and good night, Paula. If you're still there, you're probably long gone at this stage. But yeah, yeah, good to have you in here, and thanks very much. Souls and Fire. Yeah, I was just saying that you're the only one who has that sensor. I'm gonna try and connect this sensor up now and see if it works. Where did I put those sensors? I had two of them in my hand. And oh, there they are. Oh, she's like, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Basically, I bought these on eBay. They're like £2 each or something, £3 each. I can't remember how much they cost me, but the chip. If you get like, you know, sort of a phone that can tell these temperatures and stuff, the chip is a tiny little silver dot there. It's terrible out of focus. It's that tiny little rectangle there, silver blob. That's the chip, and all this is a breakout box for it. I'm gonna see if I can connect it to Solus. Now I need some K. Oh shit! Oh, what was that? That hurt. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have to take out headphones off for this. Oh. Got my box of cables. See if I have any in here that will do the job. Okay, that'll do. Has the music gone away, or am I wearing my headphones wrong? No, the music's gone away. There we go. All good, all good. I've got this under control. Got my cable. Da, da, da. Cable is actually 8 wires. I only need 4. But let's see. VCC ground, SCL, SDA. So don't try this at home, folks. I'm going to hot plug the SPI port. Where? That's not the thing I was using. Where is that one? Or where is the capture? Oh no, 90,000 Pro capture. That's probably a good one there. Right. Anyways, when I worked in Maplin, I remember my manager. We used to, you know, people would return things, and we had to test them before we could give them a refund, just to make sure they hadn't like destroyed them, or you know, just to see what was going on. Because if they're working perfectly fine, they wouldn't get a refund. Yeah, he used to hot plug PCI cards. You know, which I haven't actually, I haven't done myself. So what are we doing? Black is voltage and brown is ground. That's terrible thinking. Okay, so black is first, then black, then clock, black, red, brown. Okay, so we just swap those around. Black, red, brown, yellow. Okay. Black, red, brown, orange, sorry. Yeah. that should be it. There's a sensor there floating on this lead as it sags. Let's see if that worked. Source board, source address not set. Now I thought I compiled you. Did I not? No, Source Enviro was the last one. Source Enviro. Here we go. Now. -1. Where are you? No, no. There we go. I'm going to assume 10 bytes. Anyway, it'll work for now. And let's just compile this. Yeah. But like the main thing with the oh yeah, here let's go back to this. Where were we? The main thing with like plugging and unplugging PCI cards was like the drivers would absolutely have a shit, like, you know, they just like what the fuck has happened here is a new device, but it's on the PCI bus. Fucking hell. So, you know, like we're talking Windows ME times Windows 98 ME. It shat the bed. It absolutely didn't like it. But what would happen was he would get enough of a response from the card to say, no, the card's fine. I didn't necessarily agree with that, but anyways, you know, I was a student and I was like basically earning beer money and Amiga money. Will the Source working on an A500? Yes, with a pretty big asterisk. Basically it works on the clock port. So it'll work on the clock port, so you need a clock port on your 500. Now, Andrew, who's just gone to bed there, I'm Immortal, he has it working in a 500 checkmate case, and what he has is a little board that fits onto the expansion connector on the 500, and that gives 2 clock ports, and it works on that. Works absolutely fine. It'll basically work on any clock port that you have the address for. So Zorro clock ports, A500 clock ports, but obviously the only Amiga that actually has a clock port natively is the 1200. So it's basically a case of that. So now let's compile this and see what happens. Let's compile and run. Now, the thing is that I have, I think, 3 different people who use them on A500s. Oh, look at that. Temperature and pressure. Oh, this one's not doing humidity. It's kind of low pressure. 991. 25 degrees in here. But anyways, there you go. It's doing its thing. Yeah. So I think there are 3 different Solus users who have boards in A500s, using various adapters or whatever to get a clock port. But they all have accelerators. I don't know of anyone yet who has used it on a plain 68,000. And because the software, because the A1200 clock port is basically on a funny kind of 16-bit border, it's the upper 8 bits of a 16-bit word. The 68,000 has a massive problem dealing with like odd addresses. And it'll just have it'll just shit the bed, and it'll say, yeah, nope, not doing that. That's an instant guru to actually address anything at an odd address on a 500. But in theory, it should work. I just have never tested it, and no one else has. But yeah, if you've got a TF card, then you've got a 32-bit CPU in there anyway, so you're fine. You're sorted. And even if not, it's just a case of me fixing the software. You know what I mean? It's not an insurmountable problem. So there's no reason it shouldn't work on a 68,000, except for my shitty programming. If that makes sense. So if it doesn't work, I will be able to fix it. But that's there you go. It's fair. Yeah, you know, most people will be having, if you're adding fans and LEDs to an Amiga, you probably have more than the stock CPU in there. That's a fair point. But anyways, for you know, for bonus points, this is a more accurate temperature sensor than the standard ones that are supplied with the Solus board, because it reads to 0.1 of a degree. Although I think the resolution isn't there. The accuracy, or the is it accuracy or precision now? Come on, I'm supposed to be a scientist. I'm just a drunk scientist. The precision is not there. The accuracy is there, but the precision is not there because the resolution isn't high enough. So it's going to see 24.9 to 25.5. So there's a massive calculation that's done on the raw value there to get these values, and I think there's a lot of jitter there. But I should probably average the last 3 readings or something like that. Yeah, see, it depends on what you're looking for. It depends on what you're looking for. Sometimes accuracy is more important and precision isn't that big a deal. But a lot of the time, precision is probably a better thing to aim for. But you can go too far with precision as well. You probably don't need to be that precise. You need to be able to, consistently hit something. Or sorry, you just need to be you need to be able to center on something. Yeah. Oh man, I've written documents on this. Well, yeah. But to be honest, it's only jittering by a degree or two. How about your A500 boards? I might need another one. What do you mean another one? What? What? What A500 boards? Ah. Yeah. I didn't realize you had one, but cool. Oh, I don't know if I have any left. There's about 3 or 4 different variants on it that are open source. I do have my original. Hold on a second. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to stand on a swivel chair, drunk, to reach a high shelf. So, if call an ambulance if needs be. Fuck's sake. Oh, there we go. Right. Oh. This is Z500, covered in dust. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's my serial number 1. That's a Z500 there. It fits into the yeah. I need an address, or I need an ambulance for someone in Glasgow who's fallen down and broken his shite. So that's a Z500. So it plugs into the side of the Amiga 500 and gives you a Zorro slot, and then gives you a pass through for of an A590 or whatever. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sorry, I don't remember you. But yeah, no, I don't know. I think I made about 40 or 50 of these, but they're all gone at this stage. But it's not even my design. It's I didn't come up with the idea. It's my design of a board, but the actual circuitry, I got it from an Amiga Format magazine in the 90s. That's what this is in a PCB form. That's all it is. But I don't have any left. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, Rom, can you solder? Or are you a soldering type? I see what you're saying. Yeah, basically it's the same board, Dave, that's in the... If you put an A500 in a checkmate case, it's kind of the same thing. Can you solder surface mount stuff? There's one surface mount chip on it. I'm rubbing the dust off it. There's a small enough. It's in SOIC. or an SOP, and it's not that bad. But that's all that's on it. And to be fair, I don't know how many Zorro cards even need that. It just generates a quadrature signal, and it's a lot of cards probably don't need it. But I might have a PCB, and like let's see. I need too much stuff all over the place. I might have a PCB that I could give you. Whereabouts in the world are you? Are you in the UK? Or where are you? Look, leave it with me. Now in the US, leave it with me. I will try and find a PCB, and I can probably just post it to you. And you can solder it up. It's only there's a few resistors on it, and the chip is probably the trickiest bit. And it's not tricky. It's not. It's very simple stuff. Like it's basic. It's as big as an SMT part as you're going to get. Like. But the connectors are the funny bits, because especially the 86-pin connector is a bit awkward to find. I don't think I have any left. Let me look. Let me look. I'll be able to find them. I don't have any built ones anyway. leave it with me. And also, send me a message tomorrow when I'm sober. and or send me a message at some point when I'm in more of a state for finding these things and sorting it out, and I'll sort you out. Yeah, cool. Now where were we? So this is only doing temperature pressure. It's not doing humidity. So I think this is the one that has a humidity sensor on it. So let's do some more hot plugging. Values were a bit all over the place, but let's I don't even know if it talks the same language, but it looks like it now. The values don't look quite right, so let's quit that and we start it again, and let's see if it's detected the proper chip that's on there. Oh no, fuck you. Oh, I still haven't compiled. Why haven't I compiled this? Compile. Let's go up and 2021. There you go. That is when I delivered the last version to it, because no one else uses the application. Nobody. So this is when I delivered that to Andrew. 2021. Jesus. 24. Okay. There we go. Humidity 40% in this room. That's all right. That seems fairly reasonable. There you go. I don't know what else to say there. It just worked. I just plugged it in and it worked. Although the temperature is way off, because it's about 25 degrees in here. I'm quite warm. Ah. Now I've no idea, like I bought the sensor like years ago and it was very cheap, and I just, like, for testing wise, and actually the pressure is not what the other sensor was reading either. No, something's not right there. I think maybe it needs an L reset. Because I don't even know if it works on the same address. So what I'm going to do is we're going to do source control. It's connected. Let's do a reset. And then Source Enviro. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's actually compile the bloody thing. It does feel quite warm. No, I think those readings were all nonsense, to be fair. The previous ones felt a bit right. What was it, 50 something? And it was 25 degrees, which felt more realistic. Oh no, it wasn't 50. No, I'm talking nonsense. But it had like 99 something for pressure. And 25 degrees. If it's closer to 25 than it is to 19. Let's see. Hey, no, you're being a dick now. Where did I've compiled somewhere? I've compiled it into somewhere. Create executable. Source Enviro Blitz project. Jesus, 65 is a lot. So this, oh, this is doing something silly, is it? Source Enviro. But why would you go there? You stupid piece of software. But okay, it's working. Okay, now this is more realistic. Temperature is 25. Yeah, this feels a bit right. Yeah. Like some bits of this house are quite damp. Like the attic is about 70. Well, the attic and the conservatory are both in the 70s. But you know there are clear reasons for that. The conservatory gets, well, they both get very cold, and all damp goes upwards and just kind of like fucks up things in the attic. So 1,000 hectopascals is what you're looking for, I suppose. Well, 1,000 is theoretical sea level. It's not really how it works, but yes, in theory. Yeah, sounds like you do. But this room is probably the driest room in the house because it's constantly warm because there's a lot of kit in here that's on all the time, or on a lot of the time. See, reading that sensor disrupts the LEDs, which is kind of annoying. But I'll have to sort that out. But yeah, I think I changed the timing or something at some point as well. Yeah. Anyways. Wow. That's mental. Yeah. No, I don't get to that stage. Everything's just damp. So you know, if you're storing something, it's eventually like, you know, I've got PC tower cases in the attic that are like starting to show signs of rust. You know, it's that kind of situation. So none of my precious machines are up there. So there's no Amigas up there, and no Amigas, no Ataris, no Game Gears. It's all just PCs. Because, you know, fuck that. But anyways, yeah, that's Solus Enviro fixed, I think. Although it gave a couple of weird readings there as well, negative values and stuff like that. What's MVHR? Forgive my ignorance. Yeah. No air brake. Yeah, the attic in here is pretty nasty. It's I still don't know. I have to. Oh, I see. Oh, oof. Yeah, yeah. No, that's not good. The eaves on these kind of houses are supposed to be open, and I still have to go up and investigate what's going on there because I think, you know, see, they like these were all kind of like semi-modern houses, as in they were all well insulated. Oh right, okay, fair enough. Well, yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I see. Yeah. Like my entire way of thinking is that you need ventilation because humidity will naturally go up and temperature will naturally go up because of equipment and stuff like that. Like, I trained as a refrigeration engineer. Well, no, okay, right. I trained as a mechatronic engineer, but in my last job, I had to look after some refrigeration stuff. So I got trained in refrigeration, and like, you basically, how many people are in this room? It's like, 100 watts each, or 60 something watts each, and that's kind of, you do calculations based on that and how much heat you have to take out of a room. And then and then it's the same kind of thing with humidity, but yeah, it's like, in my mind, you just ventilate the place, fucking ventilate, and so houses like this are designed to do that as well. They have ventilation in the walls, and the ventilation is supposed to be basically outside the living compartment, which is inside wall, up, ceiling, and back down again. So the attic is outside that, and the attic should be basically open to the environment. In the eaves, obviously you're not gonna get, the rain is running off it and stuff, but that's the way this house is supposed to be. But the attic has really high humidity, and that can only be because it doesn't have the ventilation. So all the hot air in the house slowly seeps into there, and like, it's all insulated and stuff, but it's slowly leaking in there, and the humidity just gets trapped. So, weeks and months of cooking and showers and all that kind of stuff just kind of eventually ends up there. Yeah, like, the humidity in the main part of the house is only ever up to about 50 something, and it just stays there. It just like kind of like hovers around there. So the main part of the house is fine. It's just the attic and the conservatory. Obviously, is it's a conservatory. It goes down to like 0 degrees, and it's like, that's going to be a problem as well. So I'm not that worried about that. Excuse me. And yeah, because humidity is dependent on temperature, of course. So the same amount of water. See, humidity is about saturation. So the same amount of water saturates less air when it's warmer. So you can get more moisture into the air when it's warmer. And that's just physics. So when you drop the temperature right down, that's, your humidity kind of hits this curve, and it goes right up, and all the water tries to get out of the air. That's kind of part of it, because the attic does get cold. It's not all the insulation's there. The lowest humidity was 94.5. Well, like, if it's raining, you've got 100% humidity. That's physics. It's theoretically, you've got more moisture in the air than the air can hold. Therefore, it falls out of the air and rains. So that kind of makes sense. That it'd be very high, and that was another thing with the conservatory. But the attic isn't supposed to work like that. The attic is supposed to kind of, because the eaves are down at the bottom, the lowest part of the attic. It should be dry air that goes up into the attic and forces the moist air out. But yeah, no, it's something I have to deal with. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you'd have to look it up, because it's not as simple. It's not like it's not a linear relationship. You'd have to, I'm sure people have published curves on it, and you have to take pressure into account as well, which is why we've got our hectopascals here. Oh, Ron, but thank you very much for joining in, and yeah, really appreciate that. And yeah, send me a message, and I'll sort you out with a Z500. Yeah, I'll dig one out. I'm sure I have blank PCBs somewhere or something. Like, we can figure something out. But anyway, yeah, good night and thank you. I'll probably be heading off to bed soon myself, because it is 1:25 here. Yeah. Oh dear, I've gone through another beer. Jesus. Yeah, Dave, I'm not gonna go for another beer at this stage. But so once I have ventilation in the attic, I should be able to store stuff up there again, free up some space here, and maybe get my model railway. or just have space for an ST. Who knows? Who knows what I'll do with that space. But yeah, there we go. Anyways, right, I will, yeah, I'll probably call it a night there. I've fixed all the sort of software. I think that is the basic thing working. I still want to fix that menu thing. Um, but 78. Oh, well, there you go. So it's dropping quite quickly. So what? Yeah. Thank you, and thank you for joining in, Dave. It's been good having you here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see. Oh, is anyone still up to at this stage to do a raid? Charlie Farr is on. I'm going to raid Charlie Farr, even though there's only like a couple of us. There's what, 2 people watching. It's grand. We do a teeny tiny raid. Charlie Farr is a good guy. What is he doing at the moment? What is happening here? Charlie Farr. Where? Oh, where have you gone, Charlie Farr? Have you just disappeared? Oh, hold on a second. Oh, wrong keyboard. Okay, he's playing arcade kind of stuff. What is this? It's a kind of an arcade. Okay, let's just raid Charlie Farr. Fuck it. Okay. That'll do. That'll do. Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much, everyone, and I really appreciate you coming along. And thanks for the company while I got myself slowly drunk. It's been awesome. Listen, take care of yourselves. Good night.
Hey, Deadless. Welcome in. Oh, bugger. How you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. Playing a drop off on PC Engine. What have you been playing tonight? Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, we're going to have to start that again. Is it, will it continue without dying? A single credit. Oh, we're going to start again because we're down so quick then. Welcome in, Dailies. Evening, morning. It's, well, it's morning. It's actually morning now. Right, that's game over, right? Why didn't I just do this? Because I can't continue anyway. But yeah, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope everyone's doing alright. What were you up to? What were you playing tonight? What you had a good stream? Yeah, this is the second like vertically scrolling Arcanoid attack game I've played in as many weeks. Because we played that Devilish last week. It needs this. It's kind of missing something. It's like it doesn't look the most thrilling thing ever, does it? I don't know what the tractor does. kill you.